Chapter 246. Number 3. Ling Xiao. After Cold Plum finished her test, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Hearing Ling Xiao's name, Master Bai Yun, Su Ling, and Su Ying's gazes all gathered together. Their target was Ling Xiao. Su Ying's face remained indifferent. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was only at the 8th level of the martial vein at the age of 14. His potential was definitely not higher than hers. But to be honest, she was still a little nervous. After all, Ling Xiao had killed Swalong. His potential was still unknown. She, Su Ying, would definitely not lose to Ling Xiao. She could not lose because Zhu Hua, Jia Wu, and Lu Xing had already been eliminated. Ling Xiao only bowed to Master Bai Yun and then walked towards the mountain gate. He did not even look at Su Ying. Although Ling Xiao's model allowed him to hide his aura and cultivation realm, his long-term self-confidence still gave him a different feeling. Even Elder Bai couldn't help but take another look at him. Zhao Xi and Zhao Ji's gazes also focused on Ling Xiao. What kind of potential could such a calm and reserved youth have? Pretentious. Seeing that Ling Xiao had received so much attention before the test, Su Ying was a little unhappy. She did not know that people who had such thoughts were mostly because they did not have confidence in themselves. Ling Xiao walked to the mountain gate and gently patted it. He did not use much strength and did not use his mountain river martial spirit. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. It's about time. Ling Xiao's hand was always on the mountain gate. This way, he could control his potential. And this, other than him, no one else could do. In fact, the moment his hand touched the mountain gate, the 7-star flower in the mountain river world had already changed. It actually had some kind of connection with the mountain gate and could control the changes of the mountain gate. However, this required him to touch the mountain gate. Otherwise, he could really trick Su Ying. 3 stars, treasure body, pass, 20 points. Her aptitude was the same as that of Northern Han's Princess Zhao Xi and Lung Plum. Although she was outstanding, she was far inferior to Ming Tian and Lung Hao. Therefore, it definitely wouldn't attract too much attention. In fact, if Ling Xiao were to display his full potential, this door would probably not be enough. God's jealousy would probably be even worse than Lung Hao's. Precious treasure body. Not bad, but compared to me, it's far from enough. Seeing this result, Su Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to hers, and his potential was also inferior to hers. To her, this was absolutely great news. Su Ling was also visibly relieved. No matter what, his relationship with Grandmaster Bai Yun was not very harmonious. The relationship between the shinobi clan and the human race wasn't very good. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be a heaven-defying character. Ling Xiao retracted his hand, cupped his hands towards Elder Bai, and then stood on the side of the pass. He obtained 10 points in the first round, 20 points in this round, and 30 points in this round. As long as there were no accidents in the next few rounds, he would be accepted with an average score. Brat, you're only SOSO. After entering the Yuehua school, you want to compete with Ming Tian with this kind of aptitude. You want to compete with us. Coincidentally, the person standing near Ling Xiao was He Suo. He Suo also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's cunning and battle prowess were too shocking. He was really afraid that this brat's talent was too heaven-defying. If an elder took a fancy to him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to suppress this brat. But now, everything was fine. It was just a treasure body, nothing to worry about. One must know that before the expansion, a treasure body was only a passing standard. He Suo, had an immortal treasure body. Ling Xiao's performance was not bad, but it was hard to say that he was outstanding. This made He Suo not suspect anything else. If Ling Xiao's performance was too bad, or even worse than Cold Plum's, He Suo would suspect that there was something fishy about this test. Master Bai Yun had been observing He Suo's expression. When he saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao had passed this round of concealing his strength and biding his time. Next, he would have to concentrate on his cultivation. Number 2, Su Ying. A voice rang out. Su Ying walked to the front of the mountain gate with a cold expression. Ling Xiao was really not interested in Su Ying. He was just silently thinking about his own matters. After passing this round of potential, he could basically enter the Yuehua school. He was full of expectations for his future. But unlike him, Su Ying's special temperament won the admiration of many young geniuses. Many young men's eyes almost turned into hearts. Buzz, another terrifying sound rang out, and the entire mountain gate flickered. Fortunately, there were no thunderclouds this time. This meant that Su Ying's potential was still lacking compared to Lung Hao's. However, even with that being the case, that bright and resplendent light was still able to surpass everyone else. For stars, a total of 4 stars lit up, although only the soul potential had reached this level, and the other 2 were only about 2 stars. It was already very terrifying. Good. 4 stars, immortal grade, treasure body. Pass. 30 points. Perhaps because of the appearance of a genius like Lung Hao, Elder Bai's reaction was not particularly excited, but one could still see that his face was smiling like a flower. Immortal grade, treasure body. Even before the enrollment expansion, this was the qualification that could easily enter the Yuehua school. Old man Bai Yun, how is it? My daughter is not bad, right? Su Ling looked at Master Bai Yun provocatively and asked, Not bad indeed, but compared to Ming Tian and Zuolong, she's still lacking. Master Bai Yun shook his head. He did not mention Ling Xiao because he also wanted to keep Ling Xiao's secret. Yes, she's lacking compared to Ming Tian and Zuolong, but compared to your proud disciple, Ling Xiao, she's much better, right? Su Ling glanced at Ling Xiao, hoping to see shock in Ling Xiao's eyes. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the situation here at all. He kept his head down, thinking about his own matters. Humph, this kid really knows how to pretend. Su Ling coldly snorted. This was the only explanation he could give. He would not admit that Ling Xiao disdained Su Ying's talent. Number 1, Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, the 3rd prince of Northern Han, was an expert at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. He was only 16 years old. He killed an assassin at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm in 3 moves. From all the signs, this guy's potential was also very shocking. So when they heard his name, the scene suddenly quieted down. Many people wanted to know if this Zhao Ji could also be envied by the heavens like Lung Hao. Even Elder Bai looked at Zhao Ji, seemingly quite expectant. Zhao Ji stood there, raised his right hand, and slapped it. The mountain gate shook, and golden light suddenly appeared. The bright light made many people unable to open their eyes. Compared to Su Ying's scene, this scene was a little better. For stars, it was a little better, but unfortunately, it was not 5 stars. Chapter 247. After the end of Zhao Ji's test, the second test was completely over. A total of 68 people passed the test in the end. This number was actually not small. However, Elder Bai did not announce the score ranking, so at present, everyone did not know their specific ranking. But in Ling Xiao's view, those who ranked at the top were nothing more than those few people. Zhao Ji, Su Ying, Cold Plum, and Zhao Ci were definitely not lacking. Including him, their rankings were probably not low. Dai Yuling, follow this senior brother to the Herb Mountain. The rest of you, follow me to the next test. Elder Bai stood up and ordered a female disciple of Yuehua School to take Dai Yuling to the Herb Mountain. It was probably a mountain on Yuehua Mountain. Master, What's the cultivation of the golden light, heavenly master, who took Lung Hao away? How is he compared to the flame deity? On the way, Ling Xiao finally could not help but ask. The golden light heavenly master is a high-level powerhouse in the celestial being realm. The flame deity has just reached the celestial being realm. Once you reach the celestial being realm, you almost completely get rid of the body of an ordinary person. From the soul to the body, you are brand new. You can fly without any external help. Master Bai Yun explained. Speaking of this, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I will never be able to reach the celestial being realm. Under the celestial being realm was the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm was the same as the Marshall Vane realm. However, unlike the Marshall Vane realm, where every Marshall Vane realm level opened a Marshall Vane, every time a transcendent realm level crossed a Marshall Vane realm level, there would be a change in the body until it completely got rid of the shackles of the mortal body and reached the celestial being realm. In a sense, the celestial being realm could be said to be a higher level of human beings. They could do things that ordinary people could not do. Things that ordinary people regarded as magical were ordinary to them. Unfortunately, Master Bai Yun had not reached this realm, so he could not explain it clearly. He could only wait for Ling Xiao to explore. All of you stop talking. There are still 2 more tests after this. One is the Mechanical Colossus, and the other is the God Attainment Catalog. All of you better pay attention, because even if you're unable to pass these 2 tests, you might be able to obtain some benefits from them. Elder Bai's voice sounded. However, he only mentioned the names of the last 2 tests, but did not announce the specific content, which made people's imaginations run wild. Ling Zhao's plan was to get full marks if there was a test related to combat or intelligence. That was because there was no need for him to hide. That day, he had been able to injure He Suo, which had long since proven that his combat skills were outstanding. The flame deity probably knew about this as well. It was just that within the sect, there was a view that the so-called combat skills below the transcendent realm were of little use. It could only save his life. Therefore, it did not account for much in the assessment, only 10 points. Even if Ling Xiao got full marks, the flame deity probably wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, it was true that concealing one's strength and biding one's time was not a lie. If one really hid one's strength excessively and was eliminated in the end, that would be too embarrassing. Elder Bai opened the mountain gate, and everyone followed him to a narrow passageway. From here, the passageway was pitch black. It was impossible to know how long the passageway was, let alone what was on the other side of the passageway. Ling Xiao could see that at the end of the passageway, there was a black shadow with a very dangerous aura. The oppressive power of this black shadow was almost equivalent to a peak 9th layer Marshall Vane expert. The content of the 3rd test is very simple. From here to the other side of the passageway, you will encounter some trouble along the way. You can either avoid it or choose to attack. The score is calculated according to the distance you can reach. Elder Bai said indifferently, the passageway is a total of 10 feet long. For every 10 feet you advance, you will get 1 point. If anyone can kill the mechanical giant beast at the end, you will get an additional 10 points. This rule was simple and clear. There was no need to say more. All right, let's begin. Who's going first? This time, we don't have to follow the order of the number plates. I'll do it. As soon as Elder Bai's voice fell, a young man with a peak 7th layer Marshall Vane cultivation jumped into the dark passageway. His potential was not bad. He had reached 2 stars, which was a fine quality treasure body. However, his strength was really not much. Just as the young man entered the passageway, a white light suddenly shot out in front of him. He did not have time to identify it and was directly blasted out. By the way, if your cultivation is below the 8th layer martial vein, unless you have special abilities, it is normal for you to get 0 points in this test. The young man who was blasted out was not injured, but he seemed very disappointed. As expected, unless your potential was as heaven-defying as Lung Hao's, strength was also very important. It's my turn. This time, the one who rushed in was a young man at the early 8th layer martial vein. His strength was slightly stronger, and his reaction was also more agile. However, when he jumped into the passageway, the expected white light did not appear. Instead, a saber light appeared from the darkness. Clang! The young man panicked and retreated 3 or 4 steps, almost exiting the passageway. Everyone could vaguely see a figure appear in the passageway. However, this figure's entire body was made of steel, and he was waving a long saber in his hand. It was clearly a mechanical puppet. The strength of this mechanical puppet was stronger than the peak 7th layer martial vein, but slightly weaker than the early 8th layer martial vein. This was in line with Elder Bai's words. If a martial artist below the early 8th layer martial vein did not have special abilities, it would be very difficult for them to get a point. After the young man experienced the initial danger, he quickly calmed down. After a battle, he defeated the mechanical puppet and advanced 10 feet. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the darkness. They clearly flew from the opposite end of the passageway, but their speed was too fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the young man. Flying sword? Before the young man's body was pierced, he only thought of this and then fainted. You won't die from injuries in the passageway. At most, you will faint. You can rest assured that we are here to take in disciples, not to kill. Elder Bai explained. Their Yuehua school was not a demonic sect, so it was not that bloody. Advance 10 feet. And you get 1 point. A genius youth at the early 8th layer martial vein had only advanced 10 feet. This was really lamentable. After that, many people took this test one after another. The danger that appeared every time was different, so whether it was early or late, there was no reference point. Of course, this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, going in later would benefit him a lot. This was because he found that whether it was the mechanical puppet or the strange attacks, the frequency of their appearance was fixed. As long as he could find this pattern, he could easily get full marks in this test without fighting. Young master, I'm going. Before Lung Mei, Xiao Ci scored the most points in this round, but she only got 5 points. She couldn't go any further than that. Wait a minute. Chapter 248. Ling Xiao was not one of Master Baiyun's companions, so he would not violate the rules no matter what he said. Although he could not help Cold Plum in the potential assessment, it was not too much to give her some pointers in this kind of assessment. After Ling Xiao's guidance, Cold Plum actually managed to obtain a perfect score of 10 points for this level with her cultivation at the early 8th level of the martial vein realm. This caused everyone else to be taken aback. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao was the one who had contributed the most to this? If it was just Cold Plum herself, she would be able to obtain 5 points. At most, 6 points would be her limit. After Cold Plum, Su Ying and Zhao Ji both successfully obtained full marks for this level. Interestingly, the 2 of them attempted to kill the mechanical beast in the end, but were defeated instead. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao also walked to the front of the tunnel. Master, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get an extra 10 points, right? Ling Xiao asked Master Baiyun before entering the tunnel. Of course there's no problem. Many people know that your combat skills are strong. If your performance is bad, others will be suspicious. However, that mechanical beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Can you really kill it? Master Bai Yun was very clear about Ling Zhao's combat strength, but he still had doubts. Ling Xiao did not answer this question. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, he would definitely not be a match for them. However, the mechanical beast was different. It was a brainless thing. As long as he grasped its weakness, not to mention the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, even if it was the transcendent realm, he might not be afraid. So, Ling Xiao rushed into the tunnel. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. He did not fight with any mechanical puppets. Instead, he walked towards the main point as if he was taking a stroll. It was just that every time an attack appeared, his figure would be a little faster, and he would easily dodge it. Could this kid be a relative of Yuehua School? Why does it feel like he knew about the mechanism in advance? That's right. Otherwise, how could he dodge the attack so easily? Sure. Are you tired of living? How dare you spout such nonsense? You guys are really ignorant. Didn't you guys notice that there was a pattern to those attacks? It's just that even if an ordinary person noticed this pattern, they wouldn't be able to easily dodge it. But this brat could. That's because his movement technique is extremely terrifying. At the very least, it's a transcendent martial art, and it should be called a gold-grade martial art now. Zhao Zhizhen looked down on these people. Just because someone performed well, they said that they had connections. What a joke. However, what happened next made even him a little suspicious. After Ling Xiao reached the end of the tunnel, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. It pierced through the beast's weakest spot, which was the beast's weakest spot. With the central core destroyed, the mechanical behemoth was instantly silenced, turning into a metal lump that could be bullied by anyone. At this moment, Elder Bai's face was filled with astonishment. What frightening judgment! What a terrifying combat technique! It's a pity that this person's potential isn't outstanding. Otherwise, he would definitely be a genius that's hard to come by in 100,000 years. What a pity, what a pity! He believed that the flame deity would think the same. However, that wasn't necessarily the case for He Suo. After all, Ling Xiao had injured He Suo before. It was normal for this fellow to want to harm Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of He Suo finding trouble with him. After joining the Yuehua School, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely have more opportunities to improve his strength. As long as he didn't die, he would quickly catch up and even surpass He Suo. Of course, before that, he still had to try his best to avoid a direct confrontation with He Suo. That would be too disadvantageous for him. Successfully traversing 10 zhang and killing the mechanical behemoth. You have scored 20 points for this test. 10 points was the maximum score. Killing the mechanical behemoth would give an additional 10 points. Ling Zhao's score for this test was actually equivalent to making up for his potential points. I can try to rope this fellow in. Zhao Zhizhen stroked his chin. As a prince, he had been living in schemes for a long time. Naturally, he was used to trying to rope in Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's combat skills were too terrifying. At least under the transcendent realm, he would definitely be a powerful helper. No wonder he could kill Zuolong. His combat skills are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. He might be invincible under the transcendent realm, but when he reaches the transcendent realm, the gap between him and others is huge. Su Ying wasn't too surprised by Ling Zhao's performance. He already knew that Ling Zhao's combat skills were terrifying. In fact, there were many veteran disciples who had the same opinion as Su Ying. Among these people, even the weakest one had a treasured body. Many of them had an immortal treasured body. Not only did they not praise Ling Zhao's combat skills, they even felt disdain for him. This was very similar to Master Bai Yun's attitude towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao Many people participated in the challenge. After the mechanical behemoth was destroyed, it was repaired. It didn't take much time. However, the people behind didn't exceed 5 points, not to mention higher. Ling Xiao's estimation wasn't wrong. Among these people, there were only a few who had the potential to increase. Next is the last test, the God Investiture Catalog. Elder Bai led everyone to the underground. This was obviously an ancient ruin. There were many strange pictures engraved on the walls. They were basically people. All right, this test is the same as before. You can go in if you're ready. There's no need to care about the number plate. Elder Bai stood guard in front of a stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a mysterious and strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that the mountain river martial spirit seemed to be impatient. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was a person who didn't want to be reckless. He had the ability to analyze and practice. It was better to observe the performance of the other disciples before making a decision. Those who volunteered would never be in the minority, especially those young geniuses who felt that they had no hope of being accepted. They might as well go in and give it a try. Who knows, they might be able to obtain some benefits. There were people who went in one after another. It felt like after they went in, they quickly came out. When some of the youths came out, they lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. When some of the youths came out, their faces were bitter. There were also some youths who had a face of excitement. The most puzzling thing was that there were people who were brought out by Elder Bai after they fainted. What was inside? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. Master Bai Yun didn't want to remind him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Cold Plum, this time I'll go in first. You can go in after I come out. Ling Xiao decided to go in first to explore, because he couldn't find any clues from those disciples who had already taken the test. In this case, he could only rely on the mountain river martial spirit to solve the problem. However, he had made some preparations. The first test was clearly about endurance and determination. The second test was about potential. The third test was about battle techniques. In that case, the final test was very likely to test one's perception or soul force. Chapter 249. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked through the stone door behind Elder Bai. He discovered that there was actually a completely different world behind the stone door. There was an old man sitting cross-legged here, with a small dog lying beside him. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but he was sure that the old man was definitely much stronger than Elder Bai. The old man sat cross-legged in the middle of the circular room. There were murals around him, and all sorts of characters from the primordial era were drawn on them. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. There were people with 3 heads and 6 arms. There were people with wings on their backs. There were people with 3 eyes. There were people with bird heads and human bodies. There were people with monkey heads and monkey brains. In any case, there were simply too many of them. No matter who looked at them, their eyes would be dazzled. These murals are the God's sealing catalog. Those with high comprehension ability will be able to comprehend some things from them. This is also our test method. The old man calmly said, "I'll ask and you'll answer. You have 10 breaths of time to comprehend each question. If you can answer it, you can continue. If you can't, you can leave. 1 point per question. You understand?" "I understand." "All right, let's begin then." The first question is, how many people are there in total on the murals? This question was actually very simple for Ling Xiao. Under the soul imprint state, it was something that could be solved in an instant. 365. Ling Xiao answered. The old man's expression was normal because it wasn't difficult to answer the first question. For these 10 questions, it would only get more difficult as one went on. The second question is, how many types of martial arts moves are there in total on the murals? 13,600 types. When he received this answer, Ling Xiao honestly didn't dare to believe it himself. 365 people, but they used 13,600 different moves. How was this possible? However, when he observed carefully, he discovered that the murals were clearly moving. It was just that one's soul had to be strong to a certain extent before they could see them. Not bad. The old man finally glanced at Ling Xiao, as though he was wondering why this brat could answer the questions so quickly. Although the previous youths had also answered the first two questions, all of them had used up all the time. The third question is, how many types of props are there in the murals, including weapons, hidden weapons, defensive equipment, and so on? 19,380,000. Ling Xiao blurted out again. Oh, so far, you are the first person to answer this question correctly. Many people before you have forgotten to check the items in the storage rings of the people in the paintings. The old man was even more surprised. This was where the God Seal catalog was miraculous. If one's perception was good enough and their soul force was strong enough, then they would definitely be able to see the items within the storage ring. Only then would they be able to report the true number. To be honest, this still surprised Ling Xiao. These 365 people had more than 10 million items, and the quality of each item was much better than the drifting snow sword in his hand. It was really enviable. Fourth question. How many people are using the fire profound meaning in the painting? This problem had obviously become more difficult, because not only did you have to recognize the Upanishads that these people were using, you also had to see the attribute of their Upanishads. If you didn't have enough comprehension ability, you wouldn't be able to do so. 6. Ling Xiao's reply was as quick as ever. Being able to answer the fourth question correctly caused the old man to be even more surprised. This was because he had always been in charge of the God Seal Catalogs test. In the years before the expansion, there were only a few people who could answer the first four questions. In any case, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in each test. Fifth question. How many people are using the thunder profound meaning? 25. Ling Xiao's reply was slightly hesitant because the thunder profound meaning was different from the fire profound meaning. The fire profound meaning was more obvious, while the thunder profound meaning was more hidden. He could only wait for the moment the painting moved to find the truth. Pleasant surprise. Absolutely pleasant surprise. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Even the small dog, lying on the side, barked twice. How could he not be excited? In the past, there wouldn't be more than one disciple who could answer the fifth question. Sometimes, there wouldn't even be one. Ling Xiao's performance was truly amazing. Sixth question, you have to be careful. How many people in the painting have a star martial spirit? This was indeed difficult. Martial spirits were things that couldn't be seen if they weren't used. If he wanted to analyze it, he had to inject his soul force into the painting and then spar with the people in the painting one by one to draw out their martial spirits. This time, Ling Xiao spent a little more time. After about 8 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, 233. This time, the answer was no longer important to Ling Xiao. He suddenly realized that after he withdrew his soul force, it actually caused a huge change to the mountain river diagram. The original mountain river world only had the earth and no sky because the sky was just a piece of darkness. But this time it was different. At this time, the sun, moon, and stars actually appeared in the sky. He had a feeling that although the mountain river martial spirit hadn't leveled up, it was obviously stronger than before. The fusion rate between his soul and the mountain river martial soul had also increased to 20%. At this moment, Ling Xiao could even feel the old man's fervent expectations for him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, he only wanted to get full marks in this section, but now it seemed that he couldn't continue. If he really got full marks, he was afraid that something would happen. Comprehension wasn't considered a kind of talent, but sometimes it was even more terrifying than talent. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause a stir. It was better to restrain himself a little. With his current score, the first section was full marks. The second section and the third section's additional points could actually be said to be full marks for 2 sections. Even if the third section wasn't full marks, it should be acceptable. In fact, the so-called full marks of 100 in this assessment should be 60 points, because the other 40 points were additional points. Potential plus 20 points, combat skills plus 10 points, comprehension plus 10 points. Currently, only Long Hao and Ling Xiao had received additional points. And because Long Hao had already been taken away by the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign, there was no competition. Ling Xiao could get 56 points, which was definitely enough to be accepted. Even if only 3 or 4 people were accepted, he was definitely qualified. Thus, there was really no need to be ostentatious. Thinking of this, when the old man asked the 7th question, Ling Xiao simply said that he didn't know. Although he said that he didn't know, in fact, he used 10 breaths of time to comprehend the mural again, and actually gained a lot. The profoundness of this mural was more exquisite than the profoundness of transcendent realm warriors. Because of this, he actually instantly comprehended the 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, and the 4th move, Ice Heart. This speed made Ling Xiao feel that it was very unbelievable. Chapter 250. The 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, was a move that could freeze everything. Its speed might not be as fast as the first move, and it did not have a force field, but its terrifying freezing power could end the enemy. The 4th move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart. To be precise, this move should be one of the auxiliary moves of the 5 moves. When using this move, all the true essence in the body would be transformed into ice energy. In this case, the power of all the other 4 moves of the Snow Lotus Sword Art would be increased by at least 1 to 10 times, which was really terrifying. Especially once the 5th move was mastered, it could be said to be as terrifying as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the process of using this move still depended on Ling Xiao's precise control. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill the enemy after using all his true essence, he would die. Of course, all these changes were not noticed by the old man. He only heard that Ling Xiao couldn't answer the 7th question, and was obviously a little disappointed. However, he quickly returned to normal. That was because, if he could even answer the 7th question, this kid could really be called a peerless monster. The old man even suspected that Ling Xiao was not human. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped answering crazily in time. Otherwise, it would really cause a big disturbance. Junior can leave now, right? Ling Xiao stood up and was about to leave. Since the test was over, there were still other people coming. He couldn't keep taking up time here. Wait a moment. The old man stopped Ling Xiao and said, Kid, this old man has been in charge of the God Investiture Catalog test for many years. In the Yuehua school, I am not a big shot, but I still have some strength. I don't know if you are interested in cultivating with this old man. Ling Xiao did not expect this at all. He thought that this kind of good luck would not fall on his head, but he didn't expect it to be waiting here. The trouble now was that he could feel that this old man's cultivation was not as good as Golden Light Skymaster, which was similar to Elder Bai. With such a backer, he was afraid that the flame deity would not be able to suppress him. If he followed this person, it would be troublesome. If this old man had a good character and was willing to protect him, then he would have been killed by the flame deity. If this old man's character wasn't good, and he heard that he had offended the flame deity, then following this old man would be even more troublesome. So no matter what, he really couldn't leave with this old man today. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, my aptitude is too poor, and my temperament is dull. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be Senior's disciple. If Senior has any needs, please don't hesitate to tell me. Even if I'm not your disciple, I'm still willing to serve you." These words could be considered appropriate. He was not willing to be a disciple, but he was willing to help. If the old man was still holding a grudge, then he was probably a narrow-minded person. There was no point in taking such a person as a master. On the contrary, it indirectly proved that Ling Xiao's approach was correct. If the old man didn't hold a grudge, then Ling Xiao would interact more with this old man. Even if he didn't rely on him, at least he could build a good relationship with him. There would always be a time when he would be useful. The other party treated him with sincerity, so he would naturally treat the other party with sincerity. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. This old man was indeed a little abrupt today. However, after you join the sect, you can slowly interact with him. Maybe you'll change your mind. Although the old man was a little disappointed, he wasn't angry and just smiled. It was just that these words clearly expressed that he wasn't willing to give up such a good disciple. Ling Xiao didn't dislike this kind of person. The old man looked up to him because he really thought well of him. If he hadn't offended the flame deity, he would have really agreed. After all, joining a sect and having such an old man to help him was definitely not a bad thing. If Junior wants to choose a master, he will definitely choose Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, can Junior stay a little longer?" He had just comprehended the 3rd and 4th moves of the Snow Lotus sword art and knew how powerful the God Sealing catalog was. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain some benefits. Even if he couldn't completely comprehend the 5th move, obtaining some understanding of the rules of martial arts was also good. This God Sealing catalog was simply an encyclopedia of martial arts. It was a pity that not everyone could understand it unless their soul was strong and their perception was outstanding. The higher one's perception, the greater the benefits they would obtain. Sure, the old man smiled and said, right now he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Therefore, there were some things that he would naturally try his best to satisfy Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that what Ling Xiao wanted to do would definitely shock him. Ling Xiao's idea was to see if the Mountain River Martial Spirit could directly copy the God Sealing catalog. In this way, he could comprehend the mysteries of martial arts from the God Sealing catalog at any time. This was too helpful. Earlier, because of the urgency of time, he didn't do so, but now he could give it a try. Just as Ling Xiao was attempting to copy the God Sealing catalog, Elder Bai walked in. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but Elder Bai was actually very respectful to this old man. "Elder Yang, is his test not over yet? The people outside are all waiting." Elder Bai lowered his head and asked respectfully, "Let them wait. Also, without my permission, you can't come in without permission. This is against the rules." Elder Yang glanced at Elder Bai and said in a dignified manner. Elder Bai glanced at Ling Xiao awkwardly. He was puzzled. Although Ling Xiao's combat skills were strong, his potential could only be considered below average. Why was Elder Yang so concerned about him? Although he was puzzled, he still retreated. Strictly speaking, he really couldn't casually enter this room. It was only because he had waited outside for too long that he was afraid that something would happen. It's done. Ling Xiao realized that as long as he increased the input of his soul force and circulated the Mountain River Martial Spirit, he could instantly copy the God-sealing catalog into the Mountain River world. At this moment, there was an additional building in the small town of the Mountain River world. It was an underground building, and the interior was exactly the same as this room. Senior, this junior can do it. I can't let others wait for too long. Ling Zhao's words were truly shameless. He had already gotten what he wanted. If he didn't leave, what was he waiting for? Kid, don't be too anxious. This God-sealing catalog isn't that easy to comprehend. If you like, you can come once a month. Elder Yang said with a smile. Ling Zhao nodded. He thought to himself, although you are indeed good to me, it's a pity that I don't need this benefit anymore. Of course, although he had obtained the God-sealing catalog, there were some things that he couldn't solve by himself. In the future, he would have to look for Elder Yang. Chapter 2:51. He, old man, you're already a half-step celestial venerable, but this little guy looks down on you. Just after Ling Zhao left, the puppy actually spoke in human language. It was obviously mocking Elder Yang. Half-step celestial venerable. The master this kid wants is a celestial venerable. Elder Yang sighed and said, it's a pity. His comprehension is too terrifying. He could at least answer the 7th question, but he deliberately didn't answer the question in the end. I guess he must have some enemies, so he doesn't dare to be too arrogant. The puppy nodded and said, well, that should be the case. His enemy is probably a celestial venerable from our Yuehua school. Why don't you take him as your disciple? Elder Yang suddenly looked at the puppy and said, forget it. My standards for taking disciples are very high. Although his performance is eye-catching and his comprehension is very high, I still need to observe him for a while. You also know that when I choose disciples, the most important thing is their character. The puppy looked like an expert, and its words were also very dignified. That's true. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. There's no rush, no rush. Elder Yang smiled and looked out the door. At this time, Ling Zhao had already walked to the hall outside. Everyone looked at him a little strangely. It was because he had been in there for the longest time, but he didn't get a full score. According to the score announced by Elder Bai, Ling Zhao only got 6 points. Although it was the highest score so far, how could it take so long? Ling Zhao didn't care about what they thought. Anyway, he roughly told Cold Plum about his experience inside. Of course, he skipped some things. He hoped that it would be of some help to Cold Plum. However, when Cold Plum came out, she told him that all the questions had been changed. However, Ling Zhao's words still played a certain role. Cold Plum got 4 points in this round, which was not bad. Among the other people who did well, Su Ying and Zhao Xi both got 6 points, which showed that the two of them were still good at comprehending. Zhao Xi got 3 points. Elder Yang didn't mention taking Su Ying or Zhao Xi as his disciple, which made Ling Zhao a little worried, because this meant that Elder Yang had already seen that he deliberately didn't answer the 7th question. However, even though he was worried, he had no enmity with Elder Yang. Moreover, from the exchange just now, it was quite good. Elder Yang probably wouldn't publicize this matter. What's more, Elder Yang wanted to take him in as a disciple, so he definitely wouldn't reveal this secret. Otherwise, wouldn't his disciple be easily snatched away? After the 4th assessment, the Yuehua School's enrollment test was officially over. According to Elder Bai, this time, Yuehua School only recruited 10 students each time. This time, because of the expansion, they directly recruited the top 30 students. Even if Dai Yuling and Lung Hao had already taken 2 spots, there were still 28 spots left. Ling Zhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be accepted. If he was ranked 28th, there wouldn't be a problem. However, while he was relieved, more than half of the people present were trembling with fear. There were still 68 people left here. First place, Ling Xiao, 56 points. Although Ling Xiao got first place, most of his points were from his combat skills, so no one thought that he was that great. Instead, Zhao Ji, who got second place, and Su Ying, who got third place, got the most attention. His first place was probably the most worthless first place in the entire competition. Cold Plum got fourth place, and Zhao Xi got fifth place. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the rest at all, so he didn't care too much about their rankings. For Master Bai Yun, it was really a surprise that all three of his recommended candidates were selected to enter the sect. He was originally worried that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum wouldn't be accepted, but it turned out that Dai Yuling had other opportunities. Cold Plum's potential was much better than he had imagined. As a master, he was really a little unqualified. Not bad, old Bai Yun. Your disciple actually got first place in the entrance test. Do you want to hold a banquet to celebrate? Su Ling said with a laugh. It was obvious that his words were full of sarcasm. Among the three people he brought, only Su Ying was selected, and she only got third place in the end. But in terms of potential, Su Ying had an immortal grade treasure body, which was far better than Ling Zhao's treasure body. She was a real talent that could be cultivated. In other words, no matter what the current ranking was, his daughter would become an elite in the sect in the future, and Ling Xiao would gradually dim until no one cared about him. Master Bai Yun just smiled and didn't reply, because he knew clearly that Ling Zhao's true potential was definitely not worse than Su Ying's. The list of 28 people was soon out. Including Long Hao and Dai Yuling, there were a total of 30 people. Although some people were not convinced by Dai Yuling, the problem was that there was no martial artist with a healing-type martial soul, not to mention that Dai Yuling's martial path remnant soul had been perfected to 80%. So they had nothing to complain about. This was the final result. Speaking of which, among the 30 people, Long Hao was the most outstanding one. Next were Zhao Ji and Su Ying. Both of them had immortal grade treasure bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon become the best of the outer sect disciples, and then be promoted to the inner sect. After them were Ling Xiao, Zhao Xi, and Cold Plum. However, most people directly ignored Ling Xiao, not because they hated him, but because he was a man. Zhao Xi was the princess of Northern Han. She was dignified, elegant, and lovable. Cold Plum was beautiful and cold. Although she was not good at dressing up, she had a unique style and was still sought after by many people. After all, in the Yuehua school, there were more men than women. On the same day, the Yuehua school gave the 30 new disciples 2 hours to say goodbye to the elders and masters who had accompanied them. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum reluctantly said goodbye to Grandmaster Bai Yun. Grandmaster Bai Yun promised Ling Xiao that he would look for the Divine Sword sect after returning and help guard it. This was also something he had promised Ling Xiao. Ever since the Blue Eyes race invaded the Baiyun province, Ling Xiao had been very worried about the Divine Sword sect. That was his home, his family. Afterwards, Long Hao returned to Golden Light, Exalted Celestial, and Dai Yuling returned to Herb Mountain. The other 28 people followed Elder Bai to the outer sect main hall to register their ranks. Elder Bai was one of the outer sect elders. Ling Xiao did not know that the outer sect was actually very important in the Yuehua school. The Yuehua school's daily life was inseparable from the outer sect, including the purchase of food, medicine, and equipment. It even included the management of worldly affairs. It really was inseparable from the outer sect. In addition to cultivation, the outer sect disciples were also responsible for these chores, especially now that the taboos of the 12 sects had been abolished. Their connections with the outside world would become increasingly close, and the outer sect disciples would probably have even more matters to attend to. After registering at the outer sect main hall, Elder Bai informed the new disciples of the sect's rules one by one. At this moment, Elder Bai no longer had the cold expression from before. He looked more like a capable shopkeeper. Chapter 252. Speaking of the Yuehua school's forbidden area, the most eye-catching thing was the towering Moonlight Pagoda. Looking from the outer sect's main hall, the Moonlight Pagoda became even clearer. However, most of the pagoda towered into the clouds, so it was impossible to see it clearly. No one knew how many floors it had. According to Elder Bai, the Moonlight Pagoda was a treasure of the Yuehua school's primordial sect master, the Moonlight Goddess. It was also the foundation of the Yuehua school. It could absorb the moonlight and stabilize the Yuehua school's providence. Even Elder Bai didn't know how many floors the Moonlight Pagoda had, other than the Moonlight Goddess. No one else had been able to climb to the top of this mysterious pagoda. Even the current Yuehua school's sect master couldn't do it. When Ling Xiao looked at the Moonlight Pagoda in his soul immersion state, he could clearly feel a mysterious ancient aura coming from the pagoda. His mountain river, martial soul, actually had a feeling that it wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda. Be good, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Ling Xiao hurriedly suppressed the impulse of his mountain river, martial soul. In his opinion, since his mountain river, martial soul, wanted to devour the Moonlight Pagoda, it most likely meant that the Moonlight Pagoda wasn't a treasure, but a martial soul. The Moonlight Goddess, martial soul. All right, the registration is done. Next, I'll bring you to the Outer Sect Disciples' residence. Actually, although the Outer Sect Disciples didn't have much status in the Yuehua school, they were still quite important. Therefore, the place they lived in wasn't as shabby as Ling Xiao had imagined. Although the place wasn't big, the windows were clean and everything was complete. Furthermore, there were 4 people in a stone house, so it was quite comfortable. It was just that it might not be convenient for cultivation. However, there was basically no need to worry about cultivation. Cultivating in the Yuehua school was naturally different from cultivating in the secular world. Normally, they would choose to cultivate in the mountains with abundant heaven and earth spirit chi. Furthermore, there were also disciples or elders who opened up cave abodes in the mountains. It would be best if he could have his own cave abode. After arranging the accommodations for Ling Xiao and the other new outer sect disciples, Elder Bai left. He still had his own matters to attend to. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accompany these new disciples. Anyway, when the time came, there would be someone in charge of assigning duties and tasks to the new disciples. As an outer sect elder, he didn't have to worry about it. He didn't know if he should say that Ling Xiao was lucky or unlucky. In his stone house, there was actually an old disciple called Wu Xiang. It was said that because this person's cultivation aptitude was not good, no one was willing to live with him. In the end, he came out alone. Due to the expansion of the recruitment this time, the stone house was obviously a little tight. It was unlikely that they would let him live in a stone house alone, so they arranged for 3 new disciples to live together. The other 2 were the 2 princes of Northern Han, second prince Zhao Ting and third prince Zhao Xi, an old disciple, and 2 princes. Both of them could be considered big shots. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He came to Yuehua school to improve his strength. He didn't have the time to care about such things. Before that old man Bai Yun left, he had made a promise to him. Old man, Bai Yun would take care of the Divine Sword sect. He would help Bai Yun rescue his daughter. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was a fair exchange. He had no reason to slack off. With old man Bai Yun protecting his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, he could be at ease. In the sect, transcendence didn't seem like much. However, in the secular world, transcendents were still powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even if this exchange was excluded, he still wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had no parents since he was young. Grandfather Hong Chi had never told him what his parents did. He only said that they were dead. However, even if they were dead, he still wanted to know the identity of his parents and how they died. And this required him to become even stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Moreover, in this vast world of sex, there were countless capable people. Powerhouses were as common as clouds, and geniuses were as common as trees in a forest. The young him was really excited and longed for it. When Ling Xiao heard He Suo say that his master, Grandmaster Bai Yun, was one of the weakest outer disciples of Yuehua school, he thought that all the old outer disciples of Yuehua school were transcendents. However, after asking Wu Xiang, he realized that this was not the truth. Wu Xiang was a bit slow and timid, but he was very amiable. He helped Zhao Ting and Zhao Ji make their beds. Then he chatted with Ling Xiao. As for the two princes, they were nowhere to be found. The royal family of Northern Han and Yuehua school were inextricably linked. Ling Xiao didn't want to delve too deeply into it. After all, it was their resources. What they wanted to do with it was none of his business. So, your master is Grandmaster Bai Yun. Wu Xiang sighed and said, actually, there is a rule in the Yuehua sect. Inner sect disciples who can't break through to the heaven realm by the age of 100 will be sent back to the outer sect to do some mundane things. Master Bai Yun is such a person, but he is definitely not the worst among the outer sect disciples. After all, once an outer sect disciple reaches the transcendence realm, he can automatically become an inner sect disciple. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao roughly understood He Suo's words that day. He was just mocking old man Bai Yun. Bai Yun couldn't explain it. After all, being sent back from the inner sect to the outer sect was more shameful. Then, the strongest in the outer sect is a half-step grandmaster. Ling Xiao asked. The so-called grandmaster was an honorific for transcendence. It was the same reason why heaven realm cultivators were called heavenly venerables. A half-step grandmaster was naturally much stronger than an ordinary peak, ninth-layer martial vein cultivator. However, they couldn't break through to transcendence. That's right. Among the outer sect disciples, there are 30 half-step grandmasters. As for peak ninth-layer martial masters, there are more than 100. This is because there was a limit to the number of disciples. In the future, there will be more outstanding disciples. Wu Xiang nodded his head and said, when you reach the outer sect, you have to be careful. After all, there are no outer sect disciples whose cultivation is below the 9th level martial vein. The worst is at the late 9th level martial vein, just like me. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. You are only in your 30s. There is still a long way to go. There will always be opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort Wu Xiang. He could only say some polite words. Wu Xiang smiled and didn't say anything. However, there was no spirit in his eyes. It was obvious that his spirit had been worn down. Something happened. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and shouted at Ling Xiao, Brother Ling, you're with that Lung Mei, right? She's been targeted by someone. It's Tian Chao, who's ranked 50th in the outer court. Ling Xiao knew this person. He was in the same batch of disciples. They had chatted a little before. He was an extrovert. Tian Chao. Wu Xiang heard the name and was about to explain it to Ling Xiao. However, he found that an afterimage had already rushed out of the door. This is bad. To be honest, Wu Xiang had a very good impression of Ling Xiao. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting learned that he was the last in the outer sect, they disdained him. Chapter 253. Ling Zhao's attitude towards Wu Xiang was different from that of Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting. Even though he knew that Wu Xiang was ranked last among the foreign disciples, he was still very polite and respectful. This made Wu Xiang feel a little warm. Even if he didn't help, he didn't want something to happen to Ling Xiao as soon as he arrived at the Weihua school, so he chased after him. Tian Chao, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. He was definitely very powerful. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most at the peak of the 8th level martial vein. How could he fight with an expert of this level? He would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he had to stop Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's movement technique was too terrifying. By the time he arrived at the scene, Ling Xiao was already standing in front of Cold Plum, blocking Tian Chao. Hee, why are you so nervous? I didn't plan to do anything. It's just that my clothes are torn, and I want this junior sister to help me mend them. Tian Chao looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Then he took off his clothes and deliberately made a tear. My sister is clumsy and doesn't know anything about needlework. Why don't I do it for you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You. Tian Chao sneered and said, You can do it, but the tear on my clothes seems to be very big. As he spoke, Tian Chao tore his clothes again and threw them to Ling Xiao. While the clothes were still in the air, Ling Xiao suddenly slapped them with his palm. The clothes immediately turned into powder. Kid, what are you doing? Tian Chao's eyes widened as he shouted, I'm just dealing with a piece of trash. Ling Xiao said indifferently, although Cold Plum wasn't injured this time. The other party's provocation was very obvious. He said that he would hide his strength and bide his time, but there was no need for that under the transcendent realm. His fighting skills were already very strong. This was something that both He Suo and the flame deity knew. What was the point of hiding it? Kid, you're really tired of living. Tian Chao swung his fist, but he was stopped by someone. Junior brother Tian, it's so boring to bully a new disciple. I'll just get him to compensate you for your clothes. The one who blocked Tian Chao was Wu Xiang. Compensate. Tian Chao suddenly grinned and said, That's good too. My clothes are made from the best silk in the Sky Dragon continent. It's worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. If you can't pay, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Xiang, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and left. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Senior brother, I was just looking for someone to spar with to see how good the outer disciples of the Weihua school are. Why did you have to interfere? Although he thought so in his heart, Wu Xiang had good intentions after all, so it was inappropriate for him to say anything more. He only cupped his fists and thanked him. There's no need to thank me. However, he said that it's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If junior brother doesn't have them, I can help you pay for it first. Wu Xiang said, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were very precious in the secular world. In fact, it was also very precious in the eyes of the outer disciples of the Weihua school. After all, Wu Xiang had done many tasks and saved up for a year, but he had only accumulated 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to make friends with Ling Xiao, he would not have lent it to him. Senior brother Wu, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, You have it. I don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. I just don't want to give it to you. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao actually had 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but he did not want to show his wealth. His words made many of the new disciples break out in cold sweat for him. Tian Chao had always had a habit of bullying the new disciples. Other than Cold Plum, The others had also been harassed. A few of the new disciples had even been seriously injured by Tian Chao. Anyway, as long as they did not die or become disabled, it was not a violation of the rules. This was a bit similar to the latent dragon camp. They knew how terrifying Tian Chao was. More than a dozen eighth-level martial vein martial masters could not even last 3 moves against Tian Chao. Of course, this was also partly because Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi were not present. Cold Plum and Ling Xiao did not make a move. Even so, Tian Chao's strength was very terrifying. Ling Xiao also knew this. He even felt that Tian Chao's strength should be at the same level as the General of the 9 Moons, or maybe even stronger. After all, it was too difficult for the General of the 9 Moons to learn a gold-grade martial art, but Tian Chao could learn it casually. The gap in cultivation was narrowed by the martial art. If Tian Chao were to go to the mortal world, most of the martial masters at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein would not be his match. Only Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the master of the Baiyun Monastery would be able to win against him. And it would definitely be a tragic victory. This was the advantage of being in a sect. Of course, this was only for other martial artists. Ling Xiao, who had the mountain and river martial spirit, was not afraid of Tian Chao. Senior Brother Wu, if you are free, why don't you take us around the outer sect? For example, the outer sect's library or something like that. You have it? Ling Xiao quickly put Tian Chao's matter aside. Now that he was out, he wanted to take the time to familiarize himself with the outer sect's environment. It would be convenient for him to do anything in the future. The Yuehua School's library is called the Moon Pavilion. It is divided into the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, the inner sect's Moon Pavilion, and the core sect's Moon Pavilion. I will take you around first. Then we will go to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. Wu Xiang was very enthusiastic. He had nothing to do anyway. In the past, when no one paid attention to him, he would cultivate alone in boredom. Now that Ling Xiao was willing to be friends with him, he was quite happy. Wu Xiang first took Ling Xiao and Cold Plum around to familiarize themselves with the terrain before heading to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? On the way to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, they passed by a valley. Cold Plum suddenly stopped, her face very dignified. This made Ling Xiao a little worried. It should be the murderous aura that entered her body. Wu Xiang explained, about 100,000 years ago, this valley was a battlefield. I once read in a book that a foreign killer killed 1,000 masters of the Yuehua School in this valley, causing the murderous aura here to fill the sky. There is actually such a terrifying person. His strength is actually not strong, but his martial arts are too strange. Wu Xiang shook his head and said, "It's a pity that the records in the book are not clear. Otherwise, I really want to know what kind of master he is." Gongzi, I'm fine. Cold Plum glanced at the valley and smiled. Ling Xiao didn't suspect anything. After all, Cold Plum's cultivation is not as good as his. It is very likely that she was disturbed by the murderous aura. What he doesn't know is that Cold Plum is very anxious now. She has been saved by him repeatedly, which makes Cold Plum feel happy and very annoyed. After all, the purpose of Cold Plum following Ling Xiao is not to rely on Ling Xiao, but to help Ling Xiao. Chapter 254. Ling Xiao and the other two quickly arrived at the outer sect's moon tower. The name was different, but it was similar to the Ling family's library. The only difference was that there were more ancient books inside, and there were no incomplete secular martial arts. The worst of them were quasi-transcendent martial arts, and there were many other transcendent martial arts. They could be studied at will, and there was no time limit or status restriction. As long as you were an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua School, you could study them. In the secular world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were the absolute arts that many martial artists dreamed of, not to mention transcendent martial arts. They were like the stars in the sky, difficult to reach. Unless one was extremely talented and had a transcendent master, it was impossible to come into contact with more transcendent martial arts. Of course, here, transcendent martial arts were called gold martial arts, but they were the same in nature. Gold, jade, immortal, divine. These were the grades of martial arts outside the secular world. Oh, right. Apart from the 4 grades of gold, jade, immortal, and divine, each grade is further divided into 4 grades: entry, rare, superior, and peak. You should know this, right? Wu Xiang was considerate enough to even explain such basic matters. I've heard about it from Master. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao was clear that his heavenly dragon golden body was a superior gold grade martial art. This also confirmed his previous thoughts that it was not unreasonable for the golden sky dragon body to be so powerful. The gold grade martial arts that he had encountered before were all gold grade entry-level martial arts, which were of a different grade from his martial arts. How could they defeat him? After parting ways with Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao went to look through the gold martial arts in the Moon Tower alone. After entering the sect, he realized that there was a reason why there were no gold martial arts manuals in the secular world. There were only profound martial arts manuals. Most secular martial artists were unable to organize these profound martial arts manuals, and even if they did, they would not easily leak them. But it was different in the sect. There were as many experts in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. Gold grade martial arts profundities were nothing at all. After they had comprehended them and organized them into martial arts secret manuals, it was an extremely simple matter. Therefore, the gold grade martial arts that he saw now were all in the form of secret manuals and not the profound stone tablets. The gold grade martial arts in the outer sect's Moon Tower were all entry-level. Actually, he didn't care for them because he heard from Old Man Bai Yun that after becoming an inner sect disciple, he would be able to obtain better gold grade martial arts. However, he still copied all of these entry-level gold grade martial arts. He didn't want to use it as a trump card. Instead, he wanted to use it to increase the levels of Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and Ox Demon Art. Right now, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was a gold grade entry-level movement technique. As for the Ox Demon Arts, it was still stuck in the ranks of peak grade martial arts. He needed to feed it some gold grade martial arts. This way, it would definitely be able to rise to the ranks of gold grade martial arts. After copying them, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to these martial arts secret manuals. Instead, he went to another place. The so-called miscellaneous books were books that weren't martial arts. They included astronomy, geography, and so on. They were all knowledge related to this mystic world. Ling Xiao believed that while increasing his strength, he also needed to broaden his horizons as much as possible. Otherwise, he would only be a frog at the bottom of a well if he remained stagnant. He didn't notice that Cold Plum had already quietly left the Moon Tower. Cold Plum returned to her residence and packed her luggage. Then, she left a note for Ling Xiao. She didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Ling Xiao face to face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to part with him, because there weren't many female disciples. She lived alone in a stone house. She wasn't afraid that the note would be taken away by others. After leaving the stone house, she ran straight towards the valley that she passed by earlier. The killing intent there made her feel very familiar. She believed that the killing intent would only be beneficial to her and not harmful. Turning her head to look in the direction of the outer sect's Moon Tower, she muttered to herself, "Young master, wait for me." Then she leapt down into the valley. Within the valley, a huge black shadow suddenly flew up and completely swallowed her. Ling Xiao didn't know what happened to Cold Plum. He was still focused on reading the book. There was a book that recorded the ancient cultivation system, which made Ling Xiao feel like he had obtained a treasure. He had always known about the 9th level of the martial vein and the transcendent realm. Later, he learned from Master Bai Yun that the martial vein realm was from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm. However, from this book, he found that he was really quite ignorant. It turned out that the cultivation realm was far more than what he knew. The path of cultivation was divided into the martial vein realm, the transcendent realm, the celestial realm, the grotto realm, the yin-yang realm, the reincarnation realm, the human immortal realm, and the true immortal realm. There were a total of 8 realms. He thought that the flame deity's celestial realm was already ridiculously powerful, but now it seemed that he was really a frog in a well. If he hadn't read this book, he wouldn't have known this. According to the book, the strongest person on the heavenly dragon continent was a celestial realm expert. After that, unless it was a hidden expert, there were no stronger people. Therefore, the Yuehua school's records were blank as to what the realm above the celestial realm was. The Yuehua school was one of the 12 sects on the heavenly dragon continent. It was a super powerful sect. If they didn't have it, the other sects probably didn't either. It seemed that if he wanted to know about the realm above the celestial realm, he would have to leave the heavenly dragon continent. However, the book also said that in the ancient times, the realm above the celestial realm did exist. There were even experts who cultivated to the true immortal realm. However, true immortal realm experts were very rare even in the ancient times. Even the founder of the Yuehua school, the Moonlight Fairy, was only an expert in the immortal realm. Closing the book, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put this matter aside for now. Then he went to read about the local customs of the heavenly dragon continent. Just like that, he spent several hours reading. Junior brother Ling, Cold Plum is missing. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Wu Xiang came to him anxiously and said that Cold Plum was missing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. He hurriedly put down the book in his hand and went to Cold Plum's residence. The door was not locked. There was a note on the table that was pressed down by an inkstone. Young master, Cold Plum originally wanted to protect you, but she became a burden to you. So, she wants to go out and improve her strength. Don't worry, I've found a suitable place to cultivate. Don't worry, Cold Plum. There weren't many words on the note, but the meaning was clear. Sigh. In fact, Ling Xiao had been worried for a long time. However, he didn't know how to persuade Cold Plum. This girl was also very stubborn. It was fine as long as nothing happened to her. In the past, in order to test Cold Plum's potential, Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood into the 7-star flower in his mountain river world. This created a special connection between him and the refrigerant. Although he couldn't determine Cold Plum's location, if something happened to Cold Plum, he would be the first to sense it. Chapter 255. It's good that nothing happened. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not intend to look for Cold Plum. That girl could still survive after becoming a slave. He really did not need to worry too much about her. More importantly, Lang Mei was the same as Ling Yixue. Both of them had better choices and were going to improve their strength. Why should he stop them? Since they were fated, they would meet again. He thought for a moment, crushed the note into powder, then turned and walked out of Cold Plum's room. At the same time, in He Suo's cave, outer sect disciple Tian Chao was being lectured. Tian Chao, I just received news that Cold Plum has disappeared. You can take this opportunity to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Just say that he hid Cold Plum. This is a betrayal of the sect. If he does not hand her over, you will have the opportunity to deal with him. He Suo lightly said, your previous method of finding fault was too stupid. It is called making trouble without reason. If we want to find trouble, we have to find a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain in front of that meddling elder Bai. Listening to senior brother's words, Tian Chao suddenly saw the sun. Tian Chao flattered. Okay, you go immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Because of my special identity, it is not good for me to make a move on that brat in the sect. I will leave this matter to you. Senior brother, you're being too polite. Your business is my business. Tian Chao mischievously smiled. After saying goodbye to He Suo, he turned and left. He really did not expect to make a fortune this time. He Suo said that as long as he could cripple Ling Xiao and make him unable to cultivate in peace, he could get 10 high-grade true elemental dawn and 10 middle-grade spirit stones. This was too precious. As an outer sect disciple, he was only eligible to obtain middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dawn. High-grade true elemental dawn were simply not eligible, although he could obtain middle-grade spirit stones. It would be good if he could get 10 of them in a year. Such a small matter could make him a year's income. How could he not be happy? However, Tian Chao did not know that his deal with He Suo had already been discovered by Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao came out of Cold Plum Stonehouse, he looked around with soul immersion. He couldn't find Cold Plum, but he accidentally found Tian Chao and He Suo's deal. He sneered in his heart. Originally, if you, Tian Chao, were just someone who liked to look for trouble, then I would just teach you a lesson. But now that you're in cahoots with He Suo, then I'm sorry, I won't let you off easily. He was not interested in continuing to observe the two of them. Instead, he turned his attention to the valley that was filled with murderous aura. That was the last place where Cold Plum's aura disappeared. He believed that Cold Plum was in the valley. This surprised him. This was because the murderous aura in the valley had already condensed into some intelligent non-human life forms. Even heaven-tier elites would find it difficult to enter, but Cold Plum was able to enter unscathed. This was truly strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. In this world, everyone had their own opportunities. It just depended on whether they could grasp them. He, Ling Xiao, obtained the mountain and river martial spirit. Dai Yuling was accepted as a disciple by an expert of Herb Mountain. This was actually a kind of opportunity. It was better to go back and cultivate, although dealing with Tian Chao should not be a problem. Tian Chao was only ranked 50th in the outer sect. The difficulties he faced might be greater than he imagined. Although the flame deity looked down on him, and even couldn't be bothered to suppress him because his aptitude was not good enough. But He Suo was different. He Suo would definitely continue to find trouble with him. If Tian Chao couldn't do it, he might call for someone stronger. If a half-step master really came, he really wouldn't be a match. At this time, the sky was already hazy, and the moonlight outside the window was very bright. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting left, they did not return. Wu Xiang went out on a mission. Only Ling Xiao was left in the room. He locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate. Right now, the fastest way to increase his strength was to advance to the 9th level of the martial vein. Before he came, he was about to break through, so he simply swallowed 3 heaven essence bone-changing pills. While cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body, he intended to use the snow lotus truth to break through the shackles of his cultivation. At this time, his cultivation was stronger than before, and his body was also stronger than before. Therefore, he did not need Old Man Bai Yun to protect him. He could even create 2 doppelgangers and use the shadow cultivation secret technique to continue practicing the divine Hell King's fist and the bronze sword manipulation technique. There was still one move of the divine Hell King fist that he had not comprehended. He believed that with the benefits he had obtained from the god's sealing catalog, he should be able to easily comprehend it. After all, he had easily comprehended 2 moves of a gold-grade martial art like the Snow Lotus sword art. This divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-gold grade martial art, so it was even easier to comprehend. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had not cultivated it after obtaining it. The main reason was that time was too tight. In order to increase his cultivation, he had temporarily put it aside. In the Moon Pavilion of the Outer Sect, his understanding of martial arts was also clearer and more detailed. In the past, he always felt that the bronze sword controlling art should be a quasi-transcendent martial art, which was a quasi-gold grade martial art. Its power was comparable to a transcendent martial art, which was a gold grade martial art. But now he knew that the bronze sword controlling art was actually a gold grade martial art. Moreover, it was a superior gold grade martial art. It was actually right that he did not cultivate it in the past. If he had cultivated it earlier, based on his knowledge and experience at that time, it would have been very difficult to cultivate. But it was different now. After observing many battles between transcendent martial artists and comprehending the God-sealing catalog, his understanding of gold-grade martial arts was already very deep. The cultivation this time was not as painful as when he was in the White Cloud Monastery. The Heaven Essence bone-changing pill only gave him a slightly more numb feeling. This meant that his body was indeed much stronger than before. After a night, Ling Zhao's cultivation was already close to the limit of the 8th level martial vein. He was almost 1 foot into the 9th level martial vein. However, it seemed that he was still lacking something and was still unable to break through. However, the cultivation results of the avatar were astonishing. He had already thoroughly comprehended the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. When this move was used, it was simply the combination of the previous 4 moves. A terrifying Ghost King would appear in the opponent's mind. At the same time, it would be accompanied by Oxhead, Horseface, Black, and White Impermanence. In addition, there would be a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. One could imagine that when Ling Xiao used this punch, martial artists with weaker souls would probably collapse on the spot. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had also successfully cultivated it to the peak of the small success stage, which was the 3rd level. After all, this was a superior gold grade martial art. It still needed time to slowly cultivate. After cultivating the bronze sword controlling art to the great perfection stage, the flying sword could be transformed into 36 rays. Moreover, the lethality of each ray was not inferior to the main body. Not only that, he could also comprehend the Heavenly Dipper Sword formation and control it. Chapter 256. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, the power of the Heavenly Dipper Sword formation would not be inferior to that of a top gold rank martial art. The key was that the sword formation would have a special effect of being able to absorb the power of heaven and earth, which was even more wonderful. The special effect of the Heavenly Dipper Sword formation was to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. As for the specific effect, Ling Xiao had not tried it yet, so he did not dare to say. As the sun rose, Ling Xiao moved his stiff body and walked out of the stone house. Wu Xiang dragged his tired body back. He did not know where he had gone for the entire night, but he looked very tired. "Senior brother, what kind of work are you doing? Why is it so hard?" Ling Xiao saw that there were many calluses on Wu Xiang's hands. They did not look like they were caused by cultivation at all. Instead, they looked more like they were ground out from hard work. So he could not help but ask. Wu Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not know if he could not say it or if he did not have the strength to say it. Ling Xiao helped him into the house. Just as he put him on the bed, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open. Wu Xiang was so frightened that he stood up from the bed. Ling Xiao also looked outside the door in surprise. If you want to find fault, so be it. Why do you have to go against the door? This is public property. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Standing outside the door was naturally Tian Chao. Behind Tian Chao were 3 people. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only at the middle 9th level of the martial vein. Speaking of which, it was embarrassing. In the past, the middle 9th level of the martial vein was already considered an absolute expert. However, here it seemed somewhat insignificant. Ling Xiao, we found out that Cold Plum did not return last night. We suspect that she betrayed the sect. You have to give us an explanation for this. Tian Chao's voice was unquestionable, as if his words were an imperial edict that could not be violated. Wu Xiang could not help but feel worried. This Tian Chao was clearly trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. He was trying to pin a groundless crime on Ling Xiao's head. However, this was really a reason. Even if it was investigated later, it would still be reasonable. After all, Tian Chao could be considered a member of the outer sect law enforcement team. Although he was just a small fry, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do this. If Ling Xiao did not accept it, he would probably be forcefully taught a lesson. Tian Chao's coming here was probably what he had in mind. Hee, it's so lively today. I've just returned, and I've already encountered such a thing. Coincidentally, the 2nd Prince Zhao Ting, 3rd Prince Zhao Ji, as well as the 4th Prince Zhao Yu, Princess Zhao Xi, and Su Ying. Seeing this scene, the 4th Prince could not help but clap his hands to clap. He was a person who loved to watch a good show. Wu Xiang wanted to step forward and be the peacemaker, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Senior brother Wu, you should rest. It's just 3 or 4 small fries. They'll be dealt with in a moment. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiang could only swallow the words he was about to say. How was she going to sleep when the door was torn down? What arrogance! The 3 of you, tie him up for me. Tian Chao sneered. If he could, he would be too lazy to make a move. After all, it was not a good reputation to bully the weak with the strong. Because of this, he had been taught a lesson by Elder by several times. Yes, the 3 people behind him walked out and tried to restrain Ling Xiao with a very fierce method. However, Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Suddenly, his body emitted a terrifying black light and a cold wind. This was the effect of the divine prison king fist. He did not need to use a gold-grade martial art to deal with 3 kittens. It was better to try the effect of the divine prison king fist. He had just comprehended the 5th move, Ghost King Extermination. He really wanted to find a strong opponent to practice with. At the same time, the 3 mid-stage, 9th level martial vein martial artists stopped. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their faces were filled with fear. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao roared and punched out with both fists. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The surrounding outer disciples all retreated to the side because a terrifying image had formed in their minds. It was too terrifying. This was only the aura that leaked out. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. The 3 mid-stage, 9th level martial vein martial artists were all blasted out of the stone house. Not only were they seriously injured, but even after falling to the ground, their bodies continued to tremble because the terrifying image in their minds was still there. All of you are trash. Trash. Even though he said that, Tian Chao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He found it hard to imagine why a peak 8th level martial vein stage martial master would give him such pressure when he was clearly a late stage 9th level martial vein stage martial master. Why did he have the urge to run away? No, he had to attack. Otherwise, This fear would grow deeper and deeper. Mixed essence palm. This was the gold-grade martial art that Master Bai Yun had once used. It was called a transcendent martial art in the secular world. In fact, it was just a beginner gold-grade martial art. But even so, there was no doubt that it was powerful. For most people who had just joined the Yuehua school, they would inevitably feel fear when they saw such a move. A pure energy formed a round ball in Tian Chao's right hand. It was especially obvious that it was full of destructive power. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao was still using Ghost King Extermination. He was not proficient in using this move, so there was a small mistake. He planned to repeat it until he completely mastered this move. He punched out with both fists. A black wind wrapped around his fists, and then turned into a ghost-like shape that pounced on Tian Chao. Bang! The mixed essence palm and Ghost King Extermination met halfway, and the two forces produced a strange explosive effect. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and stabilized his body. Tian Chao also took 2 steps back, but suddenly he held his head and screamed. In terms of the surface attack, the two of them should be evenly matched. However, the destruction of the soul caused by Ghost King Extermination was impossible for Tian Chao to defend against. Puff! Tian Chao directly bit his tongue and then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Finally, he managed to expel that terrifying soul force from his body. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Tian Chao was indeed much stronger than the 9th-level martial vein experts in the secular world. At the very least, Ming Tian could not do this in the past. Lin Zhe and Wan Ben could not do it either. He was surprised, but Tian Chao was shocked. This expert, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, really did not expect that Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th-level martial vein, could make him so embarrassed. There were not many disciples in the Yuehua school, but there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. Tian Chao was really strong to be ranked 50th. The new and old outer sect disciples watching the battle were also shocked. This was a result that none of them had expected. Su Ying's expression was not very good. She had hoped that Tian Chao could teach Ling Xiao a lesson, at least to vent her anger. But now it seemed that Tian Chao could not be counted on. Ling Xiao was stronger than she had imagined. The 50th in the outer sect is just SOSO. Chapter 2, 57. To deal with Tian Chao, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use the stronger floating snow sword. Novel, La, the ice-glazed sword was enough. 13 swords transforming shadows. It was still a quasi-gold martial art, which was also a quasi-transcendent martial art in the secular world. 13 figures appeared from Ling Xiao's body and tore through the air, pouncing on Tian Chao. Although Ling Xiao was currently using the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 shadow transformation swords, he was secretly using the 4th move of Snow Lotus Sword technique, Ice Heart, because he wanted to see if this move was effective against all sword moves. The result of this test was good. Although the buff wasn't that great, the power of the 13 swords transformed shadows had almost doubled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures kept flashing, and the sword light kept stabbing out. Tian Chao felt like an idiot. He could only defend in a sorry state, and did not even have a chance to counterattack. But even so, there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were pierced until they were mottled, as if they had been washed by a rain of swords. Great Chaos Palm. Knowing that he would lose if this continued, Tian Chao finally used his martial soul. Behind him was a huge palm. The palm was yellowish and was 3 to 4 meters tall. There's such a strange martial soul. Ling Xiao had seen it today. This kind of martial soul was not seen in the secular world, and it was a complete martial soul. It was just a transparent body in the first stage. to use his martial soul to deal with a new outer sect disciple. Tian Chao felt extremely ashamed, so he wanted to completely defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and apologize. This way, he might be able to make up for his sorry state today. The terrifying huge palm seemed to merge with Tian Chao's palm and directly push towards Ling Xiao. In the process, a layer of the ground was pushed away, and new soil rolled out from the ground. The scene was very shocking. You think you're the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao sneered and shook the long sword in his hand. Blood shadow destruction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Everyone was able to sense a biting cold air. However, they were unable to determine where this cold air was coming from. The blood shadow martial spirit, combined with the sure kill skill of the 13 shadow transforming swords, blood shadow extermination. The power of this move might not be comparable to Tian Chao's great chaotic origin palm, but in terms of strangeness and lethality, it surpassed it by far too much. You'd better stop what you're doing, or else my sword will go in. When Ling Xiao reappeared, the ice-glass sword in his hand was stabbed into Tian Chao's back. Moreover, the sword had already pierced into his body. It was only an inch away from his heart. If it was just a light push, this sword could end Tian Chao's life. I won't move. I won't move. Tian Chao was completely scared out of his wits. Fortunately, killing was not allowed in the sect. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. This was because he didn't even see how Ling Xiao had attacked. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was already regretting accepting this matter from He Suo. He thought that he could easily get those rewards, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying that it completely exceeded his expectations. Hiss! Everyone watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. No one thought that this would be the result. Su Ying's expression became more and more unsightly, while the third prince, Zhao, she lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. And not bad, not bad. The effect of the fourth style of the Snow Lotus sword art, Ice Heart, is really impressive. In terms of attack power, it can completely make the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 shadow swords, surpass a gold grade martial art. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the results of his experiment. Tian Chao, some money really can't be earned. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and patted Tian Chao's shoulder. Do you know who injured He Suo? It was me. Do you think you're stronger than him? Hearing this, Tian Chao couldn't help but tremble. He Suo was a transcendent realm third layer cultivator. He only heard that He Suo went to Baiyun province and returned with serious injuries. It was rumored that He Suo was injured by Grandmaster Baiyun, but it seemed that this rumor might not be true. Enough, hurry up and take your people and leave. I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. If there is a next time, although I can't kill you, I can definitely make it so that you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao kicked Tian Chao's, but Tian Chao didn't resist and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't even care about the 3 people lying on the ground. I'll have to trouble senior brothers and sisters. If anyone knows these 3 dogs, take them away. Leaving them here will affect the environment. And Tian Chao, stop right there. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. Tian Chao had already run more than 100 meters away, but when Ling Xiao shouted, he obediently stopped. Junior brother, what are your orders? Immediately find someone to replace this door with the best material. You only have half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, if this door isn't replaced, just wait for it to be destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for Tian Chao. This time, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. The key was that because of this guy, Cold Plum left. He vented all the displeasure in his heart on this unlucky guy. I'll immediately call someone to fix it. Don't worry. Tian Chao ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. Not bad, Brother Ling. Your battle skills are really amazing. Although many people were shocked by Ling Zhao's strength, Zhao Ji seemed to be different from them. Zhao Ji already knew that Ling Zhao's battle skills were strong, but his potential wasn't as good as his, so he still wanted to win over Ling Zhao. Your Highness, Second Prince, you flatter me. Battle skills are just insignificant tricks. Potential is the way to go. Ling Zhao didn't dislike Zhao Ji, nor did he have any intention of befriending him. Because people of the imperial family entered the world of sex, there was actually only a little bit of relationship left. It was really meaningless. He. Zhao, she smiled a little awkwardly. When he first moved into the stone house, he used a condescending attitude to persuade Ling Zhao not to spend too much time on battle skills. But today, he was slapped in the face. If Ling Zhao's battle skills weren't so powerful, no matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. He would probably have been destroyed by Tian Chao long ago. Junior Brother Ling, that Tian Chao is not an obedient person. You offended him this time. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Wu Xiang sighed and said, I've already figured out Tian Chao's strength. He's a little stronger than a cat or a dog, but there's no need to be afraid. Ling Zhao didn't understand why Wu Xiang was so worried. You don't understand. Tian Chao has a very good relationship with some of the top 30 outer disciples. The top 30 outer disciples are all half-step masters. They're not at the same level as Tian Chao. If they come to trouble you, you'll really be in trouble. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Brother Wu. I'll be careful. Chapter 258. The trouble he was worried about did not appear. Instead, Tian Chao really sent a few people over to help change the door of the stone house. The material used for the new door was quite good. In any case, it was much better than the broken wooden board from before. An ordinary 9th level martial vein, realm martial master, would not be able to break this door with a single punch. Since Tian Chao was so obedient, Ling Zhao could not be bothered to find trouble with him. Instead, he entered a state of cultivation again. He originally thought that fighting with Tian Chao would stimulate the power in his body and break through to the 9th level martial vein realm. However, the effect was obviously not that good. Tian Chao was too weak. He could not make Ling Zhao use much of his true essence. The pressure was not great, so the breakthrough was not successful. Since he was unable to break through for the time being, Ling Zhao did not think too much about it. He simply focused on improving his fighting skills. After today's events, he also realized that although fighting skills were not as important as cultivation without a backer, if his fighting strength was not good, it meant that he would be suppressed. Therefore, he had to work together in this aspect. One of his clones continued to cultivate the bronze sword controlling technique, while the other began to cultivate the new divine prison king fist. It was said before that once the divine prison king fist was cultivated to the highest realm, it would be upgraded. Although the name of the divine prison king fist had not changed, there were many more moves. Furthermore, its grade had been upgraded to a gold grade rare martial art. In addition to the power of the first 5 moves, there were also new moves. However, these 3 moves were completely different from the previous 5 moves. It could even be said that they did not belong to the same system. They were life-taking, soul-stealing, and destruction. Life-taking was to take a person's life. This punch was extremely powerful. Soul-stealing was to destroy a person's soul. It focused on attacking the soul. Destruction was the combination of the first 2 moves. It killed people and stole their souls, making it impossible for the opponent to survive. Why does this move sound so terrifying? Ling Zhao could not help but shake his head. Even so, he still had to cultivate. There was no good or evil in martial arts. It all depended on who used it. He had never been picky about martial arts. As long as he felt that he could use it to improve his strength, he could use it. After the two doppelgangers were done with their arrangements, the main body began to practice the gold-grade, entry-level martial arts copied from the Moon Tower. Of course, he didn't learn these things to use in battle. It was purely for nourishment, for Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and Ox Demon Arts. Since Ling Xiao had already cultivated a rare gold-grade martial art, it was much easier for him to comprehend this entry-level martial art. In less than a day, he had already cultivated a gold-grade entry martial art to the Great Perfection realm. Then, he directly handed it over to the Ox Demon Arts to devour. The anticipated evolution had begun. Because Ox Demon Arts was of a lower grade, he hadn't really used it, but now he could finally bring it back to the battle schedule. After a round of devouring, Ox Demon Arts successfully evolved. After the evolution, the name of the Ox Demon Art changed, becoming the Nine Demons Divine Art. Of course, the change in name also brought about an increase in level. At this point, Ox Demon Arts had successfully evolved into a gold-grade, entry-level martial art. The Nine Devil Divine Arts was clearly of the same attribute as the Ox Demon Arts. It was classified as a supplementary cultivation method. It could increase the power and level of other martial arts. Moreover, it could also form a strange armor like the Ox Demon Arts. This kind of armor could completely cover the martial artist's body, causing the martial artist's body to become very tall. In addition, it had a special effect, and that was demonization. The so-called demonization was the ability to transform one's whole body or part into 9 types of demon kings. Currently, he could only transform into an ordinary ox demon or demon king. To Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly an additional layer of protection for his life. It was easy to imagine how shocking it would be if Ling Xiao, who was in the state of the Nine Demons Divine Arts, used other martial skills. It could even be said that the Nine Devil Divine Arts gave the 13 Swords transformed a new opportunity to withdraw from the battle schedule. This was because once the Nine Devil Divine Arts was used, all martial arts would automatically increase by a level. Then, the quasi-gold grade 13 Swords transformed martial art would be equivalent to a gold grade entry-level martial art. If it was combined with the Ice Heart, then it would be possible to display the power of a rare grade martial art. It must be known that even among the disciples of the Yuehua school, those who could simultaneously master 3 gold grade martial arts were very rare. Moreover, the gold grade martial arts they mastered were mostly entry-level martial arts because only inner sect disciples could come into contact with rare grade martial arts, unless they brought a higher level martial art from the outside world. But those who could do such a thing were probably only Suing or Zhao Ji. Even Zhao Ci couldn't comprehend it because she didn't have enough potential. From this point of view, Ling Zhao's advantage in martial arts in the outer sect was very obvious. This was also the reason why he didn't fear a quasi-master. The Ox Demon Arts evolved into the 9 Devil Divine Arts, and the cultivation of the 2 doppelgangers also had results. The Bronze Sword controlling art smoothly entered the realm of greater mastery, and it had already been cultivated to the 5th level. He also comprehended a new move for the Divine Hell King Fist, Kill. It took him a full day and night to do all this. Wu Xiang still didn't return for the whole night, and Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting didn't stay in the stone house either. He didn't know if it was because the conditions of the stone house were too poor, or if there were other reasons. In any case, Ling Xiao discovered that their cultivation had improved a lot, and he guessed that they had obtained some benefits. People from the imperial family were really good. However, this kind of thing couldn't be envious. At dawn, Wu Xiang came back. This time, he was directly carried back, and it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was seriously injured. "Senior brother Wu, what's going on?" Although Ling Xiao didn't spend much time with Wu Xiang, this honest person was very good to him. He brought him to familiarize himself with the situation and explained some of the rules of the Yuehua school to him. This couldn't be considered a great favor, but Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. He couldn't bear to see his friends get injured, so when he saw that Wu Xiang was seriously injured, his expression didn't look too good. Without waiting for Wu Xiang to speak, one of the two people who brought Wu Xiang back sighed and said, "Newcomer, I know you defeated Tian Chao, but the situation in the outer sect is more complicated, so you shouldn't ask too much. It's not the first time senior brother Wu was injured, but it wasn't this serious before." After saying that, the two of them hurriedly left. "Let's go. I'll take you to the medicine hall." Without saying anything else, Ling Xiao carried Wu Xiang on his back and rushed to the medicine hall. The medicine hall was a very large organization in the Yuehua school, and it was equivalent to the outer sect hall. Even the herb mountain was part of the medicine hall. Chapter 259. "Oh, little guy, we meet again." "It's Senior." Ling Xiao had never expected to meet the old man who had guarded the God's sealing catalog in the medicine hall. Of course, his dog was also there. Novel. The dog was still sleeping lazily on the table. It only glanced at Ling Xiao's arrival and ignored him. "Ha ha ha, we are really fated." Elder Yang laughed very happily. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Senior, please help me take a look at Senior Brother Wu's condition." He, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to trouble this old man. However, since you're here, this old man will personally diagnose him. Elder Yang was definitely not bragging. He was the hall master of the medicine hall. Usually, when an injured person was sent here, even if it was an inner disciple, he would let the pharmacists under him deal with it. He would not easily make a move. Even the higher-ups of the Yuehua school might not be able to invite him. Although his cultivation was not particularly strong, as a pharmacist, he was a very high-level one. He was simply a special target of the Yuehua school's protection, including the Yuehua school's headmaster. No one dared to touch him easily. After all, there were too many experts who owed him a favor. Once they made a move on him, they would become a target of scorn. Such an amazing person was actually willing to give face to Ling Xiao. In the end, he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's comprehension and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Otherwise, a small, outer disciple like Ling Xiao would not be worth it. Well, it's not a big problem. It's mainly because he was overworked and beaten up. That's why he's like this. I'll just prescribe him some medicine. After a round of diagnosis, Elder Yang said, "This child is probably working in a mine. The sect needs a lot of iron or to forge weapons, but this kind of thing should be handed over to ordinary people in the secular world. Why is an outer disciple like him doing this?" Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang, who had already fallen asleep, and could not help but feel a little angry. It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for Wu Xiang. That was why they did this. "Thank you, Senior. You don't have to be so polite. Have you considered my request? If you really don't want to be this old man's disciple, you can come work in the medicine hall. In any case, you should be announcing the new outer sect disciples' work assignments today." Old Yang said with a smile, "All right, Senior, since you've put it this way, if I still don't give you face, then I'm really not a good person." Ling Xiao simply nodded. He had thought about it. Although Elder Yang's strength was inferior to the flame deities, his status was definitely higher than the flame deities, a newly advanced sky-tier elder. Moreover, if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he would need medicinal herbs. Working in the medicine hall was a very good choice for him. Moreover, looking at Wu Xiang's situation, he had already offended He Suo. If things went wrong, he might be assigned to a more difficult place to work. That would not be good. Ha ha ha, that's great. How about this? When the deacon in charge of assigning tasks arrives and assigns you a job, just tell him that you've already discussed it with this old man. He definitely won't dare to stop you." Elder Yang laughed and said, "Understood. Then this junior will take senior brother Wu away first." "Well, remember to let him take the medicine on time. If possible, it's better not to do that kind of work anymore. It's too hard, and it will delay your cultivation time," Elder Yang reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded, then took the medicine, paid the money, and carried Wu Xiang back. Because it was just ordinary medicinal herbs, it was enough to pay with money. The Yuehua school also needed a lot of silver and gold to pay the ordinary workers. He couldn't let his disciples do too shabby work. The main reason was that there were not enough people, and it was too much of a waste of cultivation time. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Ling." Wu Xiang had already woken up when he returned to the stone house. "What's the trouble? Senior brother, what happened to your injuries? Were you beaten up?" Wu Xiang was silent. "Senior brother, just tell me. In the outer sect, there is really no existence that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. My current goal is the inner sect." Ling Xiao was not arrogant. For him, breaking through to the 9th level of the martial vein would be a piece of cake. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone under the transcendent realm. What half-step grandmaster? He was more concerned about the real transcendent grandmasters. "Well said." Zhaoji suddenly walked in from outside and clapped his hands. "The outer sect is just a bunch of small fries. Our goal should be the inner sect. That's where the real geniuses gather. There are many people like Ming Tian and Lung Hao. You came back to accept a job assignment." Ling Xiao asked, "That's not it. I've already found a job. I just came back to pack my things and move to the equipment hall." Zhao Ji explained. "How about it, Ling Xiao? Come with me. You offended Tian Chao, so the job assigned to you won't be good." "Thank you for your kindness, Second Prince, but there's really no need," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Then there's no other way. I just want to remind you that the one who injured Wu Xiang is Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. He's very strong. Even among the half-step grandmasters, he's one of the best. This can be seen from his ranking. Don't stand up for irrelevant people. It won't end well for you." After speaking, Zhao Ji went to pack his things. "Yang Cheng," Ling Xiao silently called out this person's name. "Ling Xiao, the assignments are coming. Hurry up and gather at the square," a familiar disciple shouted from the outside. Since Ling Xiao defeated Tian Chao, his popularity among the new disciples was very high. Everyone was willing to build a good relationship with him. "Got it." Hearing the shout outside, Ling Xiao responded. He then arranged for Wu Xiang to rest and walked out. On the square, most of the new outer disciples had already gathered here, including a few who had already obtained jobs. They were also here to watch the fun. When Ling Xiao arrived, Zhao Ji also followed him. It's said that the top 30 outer sect disciples will come today, but I don't know how many of them will come. Everyone wants to see. "Zhao," she said to Ling Xiao with a smile. Obviously, he was reminding him that Yang Cheng was the outer sect disciple ranked 10th. "They're coming." 3 of them came at once. In the eyes of the new outer sect disciples, the top 30 outer sect disciples were legends. After all, they were the top 30 among more than 1,000 people, and all of them were half-step grandmasters. Therefore, when someone came, they all became excited. Ling Xiao followed the crowd's gaze. He found that there were indeed 3 people. They were all unfamiliar faces. Yang Cheng is really coming, and Li Anil, who is ranked 26th. Even Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd, is here. Zhao Ji seemed to be very familiar with the outer sect of the Yuehua school. He soon said the names of the 3 people. After all, he was the second prince of the royal family. He was good at gathering information. Chapter 260. When Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anil appeared, all the outer disciples waiting in the square showed a look of awe. Novel. La. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. To make him feel awe, you must at least be in the transcendent realm. The one in white is Yang Cheng. He specializes in using spears, and his spear skills are extremely terrifying. If you want to take revenge for Wu Xiang, you have to understand him thoroughly. Zhao Ji continued. The one next to Yang Cheng is Li Anil, ranked 26th, good at movement skills. The one in the middle is Jin Ming, right? Yes, that's Jin Ming. Zhao Ji nodded and said, Jin Ming's body was clearly shorter than Yang Cheng and Li Anil, but he gave people a strange illusion, as if he was the tallest and most powerful of the three. He was thin, like a skinny monkey. However, the confidence and power in his eyes were frightening. Don't be fooled by Jin Ming's appearance. This kid is very powerful. You probably didn't expect that he is best at defensive martial arts. His body is very strong. Don't be deceived by the appearance. Zhao Ji reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Others couldn't see this, but he could see it. This Jin Ming should have a complete martial spirit that strengthened the body, and his potential should be relatively strong in the physical aspect. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that even if Jin Ming didn't use true essence, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the deterrent and pressure Jin Ming brought to him would actually make him break through in this situation. This guy's aura was too strong. Compared to him, Tian Chao was not even comparable to an ant. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to consolidate the cultivation of the early 9th layer martial vein. Breaking through now was really not a time-consuming process, but fortunately, he could exchange his main body with his martial spirit avatar. His main body entered the mountain river world to cultivate. The martial spirit avatar stood outside and continued to chat with Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Ji didn't notice such a huge change at all. In addition to possessing a complete martial soul that could strengthen one's body, Jin Ming should have also cultivated a defensive martial art that was not inferior to the heavenly dragon golden body. Jin Ming must have brought it from the outside world. As expected, Ling Xiao was not the only genius. The potential of Jin Ming's body was probably not inferior to Ming Tian's. When they arrived at the square, Jin Ming's aura swelled even more obviously. Many outer sect disciples trembled in fear, and some even knelt on the ground. That kind of terrifying aura was truly unbearable. The qi and blood in his body became restless, and his true essence also seemed to be flowing in reverse. Terrifying. Zhao Ji's face was a little pale. Although he didn't kneel down, his body was obviously trembling. In the secular world, I have never seen such a terrifying half-step master. This guy's aura is probably on par with a transcendent. That Ling Xiao is not bad. Not only did he defeat Tian Chao, but he also did not waver under senior brother Jin's aura. Amazing, amazing. Li Anil, who was ranked 26th, said with a smile. Only 3 people can stand there. He is indeed extraordinary. Yang Cheng said with a gloomy face. At this time, only Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji, and Su Ying were standing there. The rest were all kneeling on the ground. Humph! Jin Ming snorted coldly, but it was directed at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura directly turned into a substance and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it was his martial soul avatar that was standing there. The body may be affected by the aura, but the martial soul avatar was not at all, because the martial soul avatar was completely condensed by soul power and true essence. It had no qi and blood, so it was basically unaffected by the aura. Therefore, Ling Xiao was still standing there, with a smile on his face. Jin Ming's face changed, and said, "Good guy, this kid is indeed somewhat capable, but if he wants to be a tyrant in the outer sect, he has to pass through me first. Yes, senior brother Jin, you are the embodiment of justice and the idol of the weak." This Ling Xiao actually bullied Tian Chao, too overbearing. Li Anil hurriedly flattered. He didn't know what Tian Chao said, but it seemed that Ling Xiao's reputation among the outer sect experts was not very good. Jin Ming seemed to be very happy with Li Anil's flattery. He said coldly, "Arrange the work later, and show this kid who is boss first." Originally, the work of the new outer sect disciples was arranged by the deacons of the outer sect. However, these deacons, in the name of training the disciples, gave this kind of work to the top disciples in the outer sect. This time, the person in charge was Jin Ming. Therefore, if he intended to show Ling Xiao who was boss, he could really do it right away. However, Jin Ming didn't know that Ling Xiao had already been reserved by the medicine hall master. Listen carefully. The work of the outer sect disciples is still relatively heavy. If you can't complete it, you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of being a disciple of the Yuehua school and will be punished. You'd better listen carefully. Jin Ming said this and handed a list to Li Anil. "Junior brother Li, you arrange it." In fact, the work on the list had been arranged in advance, so he just had to read it out loud. Li Anil nodded and happily took the list. To him, Jin Ming was someone he absolutely couldn't provoke. He had to smile with him properly so that he could continue to mingle. Although they were both in the top 30 of the outer sect and were both half-step masters, Jin Ming's strength was definitely much stronger than his. Of course, there was another person above Jin Ming, and that was He Suo. He Suo was a genius in the inner sect, so he had to deal with him well. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Although he didn't know how Ling Xiao had offended senior brother He Suo, today's matter was just to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It was too simple. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already ended, and he changed his martial soul avatar back to the mountain river world. His cultivation had already advanced to the early 9th level of the martial vein, but on the surface there was still no change. Of course, this was due to the model. He was now at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and could deal with most of the matters in the outer sect. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal his 9th level cultivation, so as to avoid being noticed by the flame deity. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that there was a person staring at him from about a mile away. He activated soul entry and looked into the distance. That person was He Suo. At this moment, He Suo was drinking tea while waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Li Anil had already begun to arrange the positions. Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi's positions were not announced. It was said that there were other arrangements, so it was obvious that someone had informed them in advance. As for Zhao Ting and Zhao Yu, their positions were very relaxed, and they had a lot of benefits. In fact, this was normal. Su Ying was a member of the Ninja Imperial family, and her talent was astonishing. Chapter 261. Although the jobs assigned to the other new outer sect disciples were not as good as these people, they were not bad either. At the very least, the tasks were relatively normal. There was no difficulty. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, the situation suddenly changed. Li Anil looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat disdainful expression and said, "Ling Xiao, your job is to be a miner. You are responsible for helping the equipment hall collect iron ore. You have to collect at least 5,000 kilograms of iron ore every day. You understand? 5,000 kilograms. Those who were familiar with the Yuehua school's iron ore knew that even an ordinary miner hired by the outer sect could only collect 500 kilograms of iron ore a day. However, they had actually given Ling Xiao 5,000 kilograms of iron ore. This was even more than the amount given to Wu Xiang. In order to collect 2,500 kilograms of iron ore, Wu Xiang had to work through the night and even neglected his cultivation time. Ling Zhao's 5,000 kilograms was simply bullying. Many outer sect disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, no matter how much they sympathized, they did not dare to say anything. Why would the other party target Ling Xiao? Wasn't it simple? Ling Xiao injured Tian Chao. Someone was probably helping Tian Chao to take revenge. Their thinking was still relatively simple. In fact, if it was just Tian Chao, Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anna would not easily offend him. However, this matter involved He Suo and the flame deity, so the situation was very different. Su Ying looked at Ling Xiao and was clearly very happy. She absolutely hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Naturally, she was happy that Ling Xiao encountered a difficult task. Under the sympathetic and gloating gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers, unfortunately, I can't accept this job." "You can't accept it?" Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anna looked at each other. They were not angry, but happy. This was because refusing to accept the job could be seen as violating the Yuehua school's rules. Next, they could make Ling Xiao suffer within the scope of the rules. "Are you sure you don't want to accept it?" Li Anna asked with a smile as he walked towards Ling Xiao. "Yes, I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. The rules of the sect. Those who do not accept the job will be severely punished. Li Anna sneered and suddenly sped up. The so-called heavy punishment didn't have a specific standard, so he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't beat them to death or cripple them. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Li Anna suddenly jumped up. His movement technique was indeed very good, and his speed was also very fast. In the outer sect, in terms of movement techniques, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Jin Ming sat there without saying a word, a cold smile on his face. Yang Cheng's face revealed a sinister expression. He Suo, who was further away, chuckled. Su Ying was so excited that she almost screamed. Li Anna was a half-step master. He was much stronger than Tian Chao. She believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand Li Anna's attack. Quasi-gold grade martial technique. How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao found that Li Anna only used a quasi-gold grade martial technique to deal with him. That was a gold grade beginner martial technique. He sneered. Since the Divine Hell King's fist had been upgraded to a rare gold grade martial technique, he could test its power on Li Anna. Divine Hell King's fist, kill. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade, only punching out. At that moment, red shadows appeared in Li Anna's eyes. It was as if countless ghosts were attacking him, and each of them had sharp claws and teeth. The terrifying, murderous aura caused his body to suddenly stop in midair, as if he was frozen. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao roared. Li Anna's body was sent flying. Then they saw Li Anna's pale face and trembling arms. "Ghost! Demon!" Li Anna shouted in horror. His strength was much stronger than Tian Chao's. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao's strength had also increased a lot. In addition to today's battle, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the end, he was beaten to the point where he lost the ability to fight. Although the injury did not seem serious, the mental injury was more troublesome than the physical injury. Seeing this, Jin Ming and Yang Cheng both widened their eyes in shock. They knew Li Anna's strength. It was impossible for the two of them to defeat Li Anna in one move. Ling Zhao's combat strength was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. He Suo was so angry that he smashed the teapot. "Idiot! I told you that Ling Zhao's combat skills are terrifying. How dare you underestimate him?" In his opinion, if Li Anil had not underestimated the enemy, he would never have suffered such a crushing defeat. The fact was just as he thought. Unfortunately, there was no if. Ling Xiao, do you want to rebel? You disobeyed the arrangement and injured senior brother. What are you trying to do? Jin Ming said angrily. Senior brother Jin, first of all, you have to understand that it's not that I disobeyed the arrangement. It's just that I've already been informed by the people in the medicinal hall to help them. It's this senior brother, Li, who suddenly attacked without asking clearly. Ling Xiao said neither humbly nor overbearingly. He attacked rashly and was injured by me. It can only be said that he is not good enough. Why are you blaming me? Medicine hall? Yang Chung snorted. So, what if it's the medicine hall? Your work can only be arranged by us. Haha, is that so? Why don't you talk to Elder Yang of the medicine hall about this? If he agrees, I will absolutely obey the arrangement and go to the mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. So what if I go? Wait, did you just say Elder Yang? Old Hall Master Yang? Yang Cheng's face suddenly changed. That's right. Yesterday, Senior Marshal Brother Wu was injured by some dog. I took him to the medicine hall to treat his injuries. Elder Yang mentioned this matter and asked me to inform the deacon today. Who knew that the deacon didn't come today? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Both Jin Ming and Yang Cheng's faces became very ugly. In the distance, He Suo was so angry that he smashed the stone table. Su Ying almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not expect this result at all. What was this? Why could this Ling Xiao be treated so well by Old Hall Master Yang? Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. They were all members of the royal family and had no grudges with Ling Xiao. When they heard this, they knew that Ling Xiao must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, with Elder Yang's picky personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally ask Ling Xiao to work in the medicine hall. After all, the two of them used a lot of connections to get a better position. Ha! Since Old Hall Master Yang asked for you, you can go to the medicine hall. Yang Chung smiled, but his smile was very ugly. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to walk to his stone house. Chapter 262. After the other new outer disciples had gone to report to their respective places, Yang Chung looked at Jin Ming and said, Senior brother Jin, this Ling Xiao is not simple. Can we afford to offend him? What are you afraid of? He is just the disciple of the old man Bai Yun. We have the flame deity on our side. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, Li Anil had already recovered from the frightening illusion. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Ling Xiao, so he absolutely would not agree to let Ling Xiao go. Anil is right. This Ling Xiao is too arrogant. We must destroy his arrogance. Jin Ming also nodded. If that's what senior brother Jin thinks, I have a good idea. Yang Chung suddenly smiled insidiously. What idea? Doesn't he live in the same stone house as Wu Xiang? As long as we ask Wu Xiang to put something in his water, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be trampled on. On Lu, you can take revenge however you want, as long as you don't kill or cripple him. Yang Chung sneered. Isn't it a bit too insidious? Jin Ming frowned and said, Is it necessary for us to deal with a new, outer disciple? Senior brother Jin, a real man doesn't care about trifles. You have seen how arrogant and despotic this person is. As half-step masters and top 10 outer disciples, if we provoke him directly, we will be suspected of bullying the weak. But if we ask Wu Xiang to do it, no one will know. Yang Chung persuaded. Well, you are in charge of this matter. I want to go into secluded cultivation soon to see if I can break through to the transcendent realm. Jin Ming thought for a moment and said, Senior brother Jean is really diligent. I am afraid you will be the first to enter the inner sect. Don't forget us at that time. Li Enel smiled. Of course. After that, Jean Ming also left. That afternoon, in the Yuehua School's iron mine. I really can't promise you. Junior brother Ling is good to me. I can't do that kind of thing. Wu Xiang was called to a remote place by Yang Cheng and Li Enel. Anyway, Li Enel was in charge of the iron mine. No one would say anything if he called someone. Bang! Li Enel kicked Wu Xiang's body and scolded, "Trash, listen carefully. If you don't want to continue to be beaten in the future and don't want to continue to do such heavy work, do as we say." Yang Cheng squatted down beside Wu Xiang with a smile and said, "What are you afraid of? It's not poison. It's just temporarily making him lose his power. We won't kill him. As long as you put this bag of medicine into his water, I guarantee that no one in the outer sect will dare to bully you again." Wu Xiang could only grit his teeth and persevere. Shameless thing. Yang Cheng's storm-like attacks directly greeted Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang did not resist. He only protected his vital parts and curled up his body. In any case, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He would just have to endure it for a while. However, things did not develop as he expected. This time, Yang Cheng and Li Enel seemed to have gone crazy. Their punches and kicks were not light at all. Wu Xiang's face grew paler and paler. In the end, his hands gradually gave up resisting, and his body stopped moving. "Stop!" Yang Cheng suddenly stopped and used his finger to check Wu Xiang's breath. "He's not breathing." "No way." Li Enel was also shocked. Yang Cheng used his true yuan to check Wu Xiang's condition. "He's really dead. Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Although he's just an outer disciple, it's hard to explain his death," Li Enel said worriedly. "Don't worry. No one will care if an outer disciple dies." Yang Cheng shook his head and said, "In the eyes of ordinary people, the Yuehua School is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Although it's true, outer disciples can't do it. Most of the time, they do odd jobs unless they enter the inner sect. I think senior brother He Sua also said that it's not a big deal if one or two outer disciples die. As long as there's someone in charge, the higher-ups will definitely not pursue it." Li Enel suddenly woke up and thought of He Sua's words. Yes, only by becoming an inner disciple like senior brother He Sua can you be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Not only will you be protected by the sect, but you will also get more resources. Unlike now, ordinary outer disciples can only receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit pills a month. Yang Cheng nodded. In fact, compared to the outside world, such a salary was already a lot. Low-grade spirit stones were very precious. The key was that these 10 spirit pills were said to be more effective than the best spirit pills in the secular world. The Qian Yuan Bone Changing Pill, which was regarded as a treasure by Master Bai Yun, was not ranked in the Yuehua School's spirit pills. In the dark night, Wu Xiang was thrown into the mountains by Yang Cheng and Li Enel. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Xiao was cultivating, but he couldn't calm down. As usual, Wu Xiang didn't come back. He couldn't help but look at the bed. I have to find a chance to transfer senior brother Wu back from the mine. This person is really good. He thought for a moment and walked out of the stone house. Originally, he wanted to look at the scenery, but after entering the soul imprint state, he unexpectedly saw a scene that made him angry. Yang Cheng and Li Enel threw Wu Xiang's body and kicked it a few times. "Senior brother Yang, let's not use the drug. Just like how we dealt with Wu Xiang, let's get rid of Ling Xiao." Li Enel laughed. "Let's not touch Ling Xiao for the time being. We have to figure out his relationship with Old Hall Master Yang." That old man is a very protective person. If we kill Ling Xiao and provoke him to come out of seclusion, then this matter will be big. Yang Qing shook his head and said, "This kid is really lucky. He can actually get the attention of Old Hall Master Yang. It really makes people jealous. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go back quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others." Yang Chung called Lianel, and the two quickly left in the direction of the iron mine. The place where the body was dumped was 5 or 6 miles away from the iron mine. Moreover, there were many wild beasts in the forest. There were also demon beasts and even fierce beasts. They believed that Wu Xiang's body would soon disappear. "Bastard!" Ling Xiao angrily cursed. He sped up and rushed to the place where Wu Xiang's body was dumped. No matter what, Wu Xiang was his junior brother. Moreover, Wu Xiang was really good to him. He couldn't just watch this person's body be left in the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Ling Xiao, who used the Cloud Dragon divine travel to the extreme, was so fast that it was impossible to see him. If the outer sect disciples saw him at this time, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Senior Brother Wu. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough. When he arrived, no wild beasts had approached Wu Xiang's body. "His body is still warm." Ling Xiao touched Wu Xiang's body. Then he released his soul force into Wu Xiang's body. Chapter 263. When Ling Xiao's soul force entered Wu Xiang's body, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 souls in the depths of Wu Xiang's brain. One of the weaker souls was Wu Xiang. The other one was filled with ruthless aura and was extremely powerful. It was actually Wu Xiang. However, this powerful soul had been sealed as if it was imprisoned in a cage. The weaker soul, other than retaining some memories, was basically about to dissipate. Ling Xiao hurriedly wrapped her with his soul force. "Kid, you can actually enter here. Are you from the soul race?" Suddenly, the soul in the cage asked, "Senior Brother Wu, don't joke around. Of course I'm a human. It's just that my soul is stronger." Ling Xiao said, "Do you have a way to open this seal? As long as you open the seal, I can come back to life." The soul said. Ling Xiao observed the situation of the seal. In fact, the seal had already loosened. Using his mountain river martial spirits analysis ability, he estimated that he would be able to open the seal in about half an hour. However, he was a little worried. The soul in the cage was too ruthless. There must be a reason why it was sealed. If something went wrong, then things might go out of control. "I do have a way, but you have to tell me why you were sealed." Ling Xiao asked, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" "Ruthless indeed. However, you're just a soul now. Can you kill me?" Ling Xiao said with disdain. He suddenly thought of a sealing profound in the God Investiture catalog. It was called Forbidden Magic Seal. Strictly speaking, this was also a type of martial art. It belonged to the category of auxiliary martial arts. It could seal a martial artist's heart demon. "I have a way." He studied the anti-devil seal and realized that he didn't need to release the ruthless soul completely. Instead, he could add another layer of the seal and slowly release the soul inside. This way, Wu Xiang wouldn't become so ruthless in an instant. Forbidden Magic Seal. Seal. Ling Xiao released his soul and sent it into Wu Xiang's brain. Then, he used the anti-magic seal to reinforce the cage. However, he released a small group of souls, which merged with the weaker soul in his hand. Then, his soul left Wu Xiang's brain and returned to his own body. From the outside, it could be seen that Wu Xiang's body was emitting a blood-red light. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Wu Xiang opened his eyes, his gaze became much colder than before. "Thank you for saving me, Junior Brother Ling." Wu Xiang immediately knelt on the ground. Although his soul was very weak before, he still knew what Ling Xiao had done. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who had saved him. It's good that Senior Marshal Brother Wu is alive. What's going on? Are Yang Cheng and Li Anil crazy? They actually want to kill you? And what's with the sealed soul in your body? Ling Xiao asked. We'll talk about it when we get back. The two of them returned to the stone house. Wu Xiang told Ling Xiao about how he was forced to drug Ling Xiao. After listening, Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Since Yang Cheng and Li Anil wanted to die, then he didn't need to be polite. Junior Marshal Brother Ling, leave Li Anil and Yang Cheng's lives to me. Wu Xiang said coldly, Junior Marshal Brother Ling saw the sealed soul in my body, right? That's actually my original self. I won't say the details. What you did was right. My past was too violent and cruel. I can't completely release it. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao thoughtfully nodded and said, All right, I'll leave the lives of those two to you. However, I have to vent my anger first. Otherwise, I'll feel suffocated. This time, you were almost beaten to death because of me. No, you were really dead. That's up to you. Now that my past soul has been released, my cultivation will increase very quickly. Or rather, it's just returning to my previous level. Killing those two people won't be a problem, but it will take some time. Wu Xiang nodded. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, can I ask what realm you were in before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked curiously. The peak of the celestial being realm, the 10 directions heaven realm. Wu Xiang was silent for a while before he answered. Oh my God! Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were 10 realms in the celestial being realm, and the 10 directions heaven was the highest realm. It was probably the realm that only the strongest person in the Yuehua school could reach. It should be noted that there were no experts above the celestial being realm on the Tianlong continent. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Wu Xiang said. Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I won't. Ling Xiao would never have thought that he would unintentionally save such a ferocious person. He believed that from today on, Wu Xiang's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, even faster than the top geniuses, because he was just recovering, not cultivating. If he became his backer, he would be excited just thinking about it. However, what he needed to do now was to vent his anger and make trouble for Yang Cheng and Li Anil. How to make trouble for them was a technical job. Ling Xiao, among the outer court disciples, the top 30 are all given special treatment. After the 30th place, no matter what your rank is, your monthly salary will be the same. But for the top 30, every time you rise by 1 rank, you will receive an increase in your salary of 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 elixir. So I suggest that instead of teaching Yang Cheng and Li Anil a lesson in private, it's better to challenge them openly. Challenge them openly? Yes, go to the outer hall to find Elder Bai and submit the letter of challenge. Wu Xiang nodded. As long as Elder Bai agrees, they can't refuse. That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao really wanted to make trouble for those two now. It's a little troublesome, but there are many benefits. The key is that it's justified, and they can't find any other reason to blame you. Wu Xiang laughed. Well, I'll listen to you, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I'll go to Elder Bai tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ling Xiao really went to the outer hall and submitted a challenge application to Elder Bai. Wait a moment. I need to ask Li Anil and Yang Cheng if there's anything important. This challenge was not something that could be casually decided. For example, Jean Ming was currently in closed-door training. If someone submitted a challenge application, the outer hall would definitely not approve it. A moment later, Yang Cheng and Li Anil arrived at the outer hall. After Elder Bai roughly explained the matter, Li Anil and Yang Chung both happily agreed. Li Anil was eager to regain his lost face. He always thought that he lost to Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. As for Yang Chung, he could teach Ling Xiao a lesson without being blamed by Old Hall Master Yang. Such a good opportunity. Why would he refuse? Well, since both of you can accept the challenge, I'll approve this challenge application. Elder Bai waved his pen and settled it. Then he said, in principle, both sides of the challenge must give a certain reward. Generally, the reward is an item of equal value or something else. Elder Bai, I'll give 10 top-grade true elemental pills as the reward. Yang Chung said, top-grade true elemental pills were only the most common spirit pills in the Weihua school, but they were much better than the high-grade true elemental pills in the secular world. Poor Ling Xiao, when he was in the secular world, obtaining a high-grade true elemental pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'll use this precious artifact as the prize. Li Anil's reward was a long spear, a treasure which was even better than Ling Xiao's floating snow sword. Generally, only transcendent realm cultivators were qualified to use it. Li Anil himself did not use the long spear, so he used it as the reward. Although Ling Xiao did not use the long spear, he could use it as a material to smelt a new sword. Chapter 264. Yang Cheng's wager was 10 top-grade true elemental dawn. Li Anil's wager was a treasure spear. It could be said that these two wagers were very heavy. Ling Xiao, if you can't take out any decent wager, then so be it. Yang Cheng looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, if you lose, you will be our servant. If we tell you to go east, you will go east. If we tell you to go west, you will go west. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and said, hee, just based on the wager of the two of you, you are not worthy of me betting my own fate. Unless you can take out more than 10,000 top-grade true elemental dawn or a divine great artifact, I can consider it. He was not afraid of gambling, but in a gambling fight, the value of the wager had to be equivalent. If he used himself to gamble, it would be a bit degrading. Humph, if you don't dare to gamble, then don't dare to gamble. Saying so much nonsense, as if you can really take out any decent wager. Li Anil coldly snorted. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. He directly waved his hand, and a 1,000-year golden snow lotus appeared in his hand. I wonder if this thing is enough as a wager. 1,000-year golden snow lotus. Before Yang Chung and Li Anil could say anything, Elder Bai suddenly stood up and said in surprise, it's enough. It's definitely enough. This 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus is slightly more valuable than what the two of them have offered. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Yang Chung and Li Anil's faces became a bit ugly. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such a treasure. Ling Xiao thought to himself, brother, I still have a lot of treasures. For such a long time, many medicinal herbs and monster beasts have been cultivated in the Mountain River world. It's just that there's not enough time, and I'm too lazy to take them out. Whether it was medicinal herbs or monster beasts, the longer they were grown, the more valuable they were. This was a well-known fact in the profound world. A 1,000-year golden snow lotus that had only grown a year ago was too rare. Now that Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul had risen to the 9th grade, he had obtained a new special ability, Mountain River Ruler. This ability was also the last special ability that the Mountain River martial spirit could give Ling Xiao, according to the description of the Mountain River diagram. Although the Mountain River martial spirit would continue to level up in the future, it would only strengthen the existing 9 abilities and would not add any new ones. Ling Xiao took a closer look at the Mountain River Ruler ability. It meant that he could control everything in the world. However, his current ability level was relatively low. The effect he could achieve was to guide part of the natural energy between heaven and earth to cooperate with his own true essence to attack. In addition, it could absorb natural energy and promote the growth of plants and animals in the mountain river world. This was even better than before. Any plant or animal that grew in the mountain river world for a day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Take the gold snow lotus as an example. A gold snow lotus seedling only needed to grow for 100 days in the mountain river world to become a 1,000-year snow lotus. Moreover, this promotion was only temporary. As Ling Zhao's strength increased and the level of his mountain river martial soul increased, the promotion effect would be even better. That was not the best part. The best part was that the animals and plants in the mountain river world would not age after reaching maturity. No matter how many years passed, it was the same. In other words, it was absolutely possible for Ling Zhao to cultivate a 10,000-year demonic beast. It was a pity that this ability could not be used on intelligent races for the time being, such as humans and the blue-eyed race. Otherwise, Ling Zhao would be able to achieve immortality to a certain extent. But even in this situation, being able to cultivate a 1,000-year snow lotus in 100 days was still Ling Zhao's absolute capital. Why did he agree to join the medicine hall and help Elder Yang? Other than not being willing to offend Elder Yang, this was actually the key. Well, since you can take out this 1,000-year gold snow lotus, let's set a date for the challenge. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, Yang Cheng and Li Anil also coveted the 1,000-year gold snow lotus very much. If they could win this thing and go to the medicine hall to ask the alchemist to help refine it into an elixir, it would be much better than a top-grade true elemental Dan. Therefore, they naturally agreed to this challenge. How about this? I have just joined the Yuehua school and still have some private matters to deal with, especially the medicine hall. Give me a day. How about we have a public challenge the day after tomorrow? Ling Zhao thought for a while and said, "Why, you want to challenge 2 people at once?" Elder Bai was stunned for a moment and asked, "Yes." Ling Zhao nodded. Elder Bai frowned, thinking that Ling Zhao was too arrogant. However, he did not have a close relationship with Ling Zhao, so he did not care. He said indifferently, "In that case, let's challenge the day after tomorrow. I will send out the notice today." Agreed. Yang Cheng and Li Anil also nodded. Since Ling Zhao did not know what was good for him and wanted to challenge 2 people at once, they would not care. Okay, the day after tomorrow morning, the challenge will be held at the Outer Court Challenge platform. If no one is there by noon, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and the prize will be given to the other party. Elder Bai reminded. Yes, after discussing the challenge, the 3 of them returned to their own places. Not long after Ling Zhao returned, Elder Bai announced his public challenge to Li Anil and Yang Cheng. In the square, the notice board was very clear in black and white. Ha ha, interesting. This Ling Zhao not only dares to challenge a half-step master, but he also dares to challenge 2 half-step masters at once. I have never seen such a crazy person. A lot of people gathered around the notice board. There were new outer court disciples, but more of them were old outer court disciples. No one believed that Ling Zhao could challenge 2 half-step masters at once. Many of the new outer court disciples were worried about Ling Zhao, thinking that Ling Zhao was too impulsive. Of course, there were also people who were gloating, such as Su Ying. As for the old outer court disciples, they were looking forward to seeing Ling Zhao make a fool of himself. Second brother, this Ling Zhao is really overestimating himself. He was able to defeat Li Anil that day purely because Li Anil underestimated him. Yang Cheng is more than 10 times stronger than Li Anil. How dare he challenge Yang Cheng? Is he crazy? Standing in front of the notice board, Zhao Xi said, helplessly. This girl was kind by nature, and it was rare for her to be so kind even in the royal family. Therefore, she was more puzzled about Ling Xiao. Maybe he is really confident. Anyway, I think this Ling Xiao is quite capable. Zhao Ji smiled and said, and no matter whether he succeeds or not, he will be a reference for us. Sooner or later, we will challenge the top 30. It will be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. Alas! Zhao Xi sighed and turned to leave. According to the rules, all outer court disciples could challenge the top 30, but they could only do so once a month. Once they failed, they could only challenge again after a year. Therefore, although Zhao Ji had been itching for a fight, he had not done so because he was not fully confident. Chapter 265. For Zhao Ji and Su Ying, Ling Zhao's stupid move was a great help. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the top 30 outer disciples were. In fact, in the Yuehua school, the top 30 outer disciples were also called quasi-inner disciples. This was not an official title, but everyone called them that. After all, the top 30 were all half-step masters, and they received more resources than those below 30. They also had more opportunities to receive guidance from the outer sect elders. Naturally, their chances of promotion were greatly increased. It was not an exaggeration to call them quasi-inner disciples. In the outer sect, everyone wanted to become a quasi-inner disciple. Zhao Ji, Su Ying, and Zhao Xi were no exception. Ling Xiao did not care about the outside world's comments. The reason why he chose Li Anil and Yang Cheng was not entirely for revenge. In fact, he also wanted to use them as a reference, especially Yang Cheng, who was ranked in the top 10. If he fought with him, he could roughly judge the strength of the top 10 outer disciples. After that, he would have more confidence to challenge stronger disciples. Although he had advanced to the early stage of the 9th stage of the martial vein, he did not plan to use his cultivation this time. He planned to challenge with the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. This was Ling Zhao's experience. Junior brother Ling, I will be leaving for a period of time. It just so happens that Yang Cheng and Li Anil think that I am dead. I can use this opportunity to go into seclusion and cultivate. I cannot accept your challenge. Wu Xiang had already thought about it. Since the seal had been opened, there was no need to continue hiding. He used to think that by being a good person, he would be safe. That was why he asked an expert to seal his essence soul. But now, it seemed that the world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Therefore, he did not care anymore. Even if he became bloodthirsty, it did not matter. He believed that no matter what, he would not hurt Ling Xiao. Even if he used to be bloodthirsty, he would not hurt his friends or family. But is it okay to not show up for a long time? Ling Xiao asked. Outer sect disciples aren't that precious. Look, Cold Plum disappeared for a few days. Did anyone care? Wu Xiang sighed and said, as long as an outer sect disciple doesn't disappear for more than 10 years, no one will care. Even if you disappear for more than 10 years, your name will be cancelled. Of course, during the time you disappear, your salary will be stopped. So that's how it is. Looks like old man Baiyun was right. Outer sect disciples in Yuehua school are just a bunch of stinky B** cheese. No one will care about them. Ling Xiao sighed. That day, Wu Xiang left the Yuehua school. He must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about him. He tidied up a little and left the stone house to report to the medicine hall. Disciples like him, who had been personally requested by the medicine hall master to work in the medicine hall, would live in the medicine hall. After all, the medicine hall also had its own house, which was much better than the stone house where the outer disciples lived. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Su Ying also had the same privilege. Dai Yuling probably had the same privilege. The other disciples were not so lucky. Hall Master Yang really valued Ling Xiao very much. When he went to the medicine hall, Hall Master Yang smiled and handed over the matters at hand to his subordinates. Then, he took him to visit the various branches of the medicine hall. The Yuehua School's medicine hall included the Medicine Mountain, the Beast Mountain, the Alchemy Room, the Medicine Hall, and so on. Anyway, there were more than 10 branches, which really opened Ling Xiao's eyes. Along the way, Hall Master Yang did not stop talking about the benefits of being an alchemist to Ling Xiao. He said that he would be respected by countless people, become the hope of the sect's future, and have a meteoric rise. Ling Xiao only responded vaguely. In his heart, no matter how good an alchemist was, he was at most a service staff. If he learned alchemy, it would be used as a support to improve his own cultivation. It would not be his main profession. As long as it did not affect his cultivation, there was nothing wrong with becoming an alchemist. Greetings, Hall Master Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Along the way, there were always people who came to greet Hall Master Yang. These people were respectful to Hall Master Yang on the surface, but it was unknown what they were thinking. Perhaps some people respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Some people just did not want to offend Hall Master Yang, so that no one would take care of them when they were sick or injured. There were also some people who just wanted to get the pills refined by Hall Master Yang, so they were respectful on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, who knew? Hall Master Yang did not seem to care much about these people's attitudes. He was used to these people's flattery and knew what they were thinking, so he just smiled. The puppy next to him was lying on his shoulder, still dozing off. He did not know why this little guy was so sleepy. It was as if it could never sleep enough. Of course, many people also noticed Ling Xiao. Isn't that the new disciple who publicly challenged Yang Cheng? And Lianel? Why is he walking with Hall Master Yang? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. The people who said this were naturally outer disciples. These outer disciples were already satisfied to be able to get a job in the medicinal hall, even if it was just a hard job. This was because the air in the medicinal hall was full of spirit energy. If they worked for a long time, their cultivation would improve faster. What they did not understand was how a new disciple could come to the medicinal hall and was personally greeted by Hall Master Yang. Could that kid be Hall Master Yang's relative in the secular world? Forget it. I've never heard of Hall Master Yang having relatives in the secular world. Do you know how old he is? Even if he has relatives, he probably doesn't know them. Is that the new disciple of Hall Master Yang? No way. Hall Master Yang is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. How can a new, outer disciple like him be accepted? Even many geniuses in the inner sect who wanted to be his disciple were rejected. Then what do you think is going on? The discussion behind him was very soft, but everyone's envious and jealous gazes were real. Ling Xiao was actually able to receive such high regard from old Master Yang of the medicine hall. Even if he wasn't a disciple, his position definitely wasn't low. Over there is the Herb Mountain. This mountain is full of spirit energy and is most suitable for the growth of all kinds of medicinal materials. Before long, Hall Master Yang brought Ling Xiao to the Herb Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range with more than a dozen rolling hills and thought of Dai Yuling. These days, he had been busy with his own affairs and did not come to the Herb Mountain to see Dai Yuling. After all, she was his senior sister, who had been with him since they were in the latent dragon camp. Chapter 266. Ling Xiao. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Ling Xiao could tell that it was definitely Dai Yuling's voice. At this time, Dai Yuling was learning how to use martial spirits to cultivate herbs from a beautiful senior sister. Today, Ling Xiao found out that Dai Yuling's martial spirit was actually a spiritual herb. He couldn't tell the specific name. However, what surprised him was that the spiritual herb that was originally a broken martial spirit had now become a complete martial spirit. Although it was still transparent, it made Dai Yuling's strength much stronger than before. Dai Yuling! Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were used to calling each other by their names, so they didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, the beautiful senior sister beside her frowned slightly. Old Hall Master Yang, is this the genius you were talking about? Lan Yu, don't look down on him. This child's perception is high. I'm afraid it's even better than yours. Lan Yu's age was estimated to be 16 or 17 years old. She might not be much older than Ling Xiao, but her cultivation was frighteningly high. Ling Xiao couldn't tell what realm she was in, but he estimated that it wouldn't be lower than He Suwa. Is that so? Lan Yu glanced at Ling Xiao. There was no color in her cold eyes. There was no contempt, but there was no surprise. It was as if she didn't care at all. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of gaze before. It was absolute confidence and strength. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It wasn't targeted at Ling Xiao. However, she ignored Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was true that she was a beauty, but Ling Xiao really didn't want to make friends with a block of ice. How unpleasant would that be? Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent in medicine. I really didn't see it before. Dai Yuling said in surprise. You two know each other? Old Hall Master Yang glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. She and I are both martial artists from Baiyun province. We used to be fellow disciples. Ling Xiao explained. Hall Master Yang, this junior brother of mine is too powerful. When he first came to the latent dragon camp, his cultivation was much lower than mine. But now, his cultivation has surpassed mine. I have to say that he is the most perceptive martial artist I have ever seen. You have a good eye. Dai Yuling seemed to know Old Hall Master Yang, so she spoke casually. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Dai Yuling was also requested by Old Hall Master Yang and Senior Martial Sister Lan Yu. Naturally, they already knew each other. Yuling, there's no need to feel inferior. Learn well under me. With your cultivation, you can only surpass him. Lan Yu suddenly said. This woman was indeed arrogant. She could not tolerate others surpassing her, and she actually could not tolerate others surpassing her disciple. Lan Yu's status in Yuehua school was definitely not low. She was only 16 or 17 years old, yet she was already qualified to accept disciples. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is your senior martial sister Lan Yu. She's amazing. She's only 16 years old, but she's already a transcendent 9th layer cultivator. She's also very talented in medicine, so she's now one of the vice hall masters of the medicine hall. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and introduced Ling Xiao to him. Heavens! Did this girl start cultivating when she was in her mother's womb? 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation. She's not much worse than Old Hall Master Yang. She's probably one of the best among the inner disciples. Although this woman is arrogant, she has a reason to be. He raised his head and looked at Lan Yu again with a hint of admiration. He would not lower his head for beauty, but he would never be stingy with his admiration for those who were truly capable. Senior Martial Sister Lan is a true genius. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said, It's good that you know. Lan Yu said lightly before asking, Old Hall Master Yang has always praised your perception in front of me, and even Yuling always praises you, but alchemy is a profound subject. It's not something you can learn just by studying it. If you're only interested in it, I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior Marshall's sister doesn't need to worry about that. Although I, Ling Xiao, have never come into contact with alchemy, and I don't understand anything about medicine, I'm still confident that nothing can stop me." He wasn't bragging. With his mountain and river martial spirit, nothing could stop him. As long as he was willing to learn, his attainments wouldn't be worse than anyone present. It was only a matter of time. Lan Yu frowned. She didn't like Ling Zhao's tone, as if alchemy were easy. If it was so easy, there wouldn't be only a few alchemists in the world. "Old Hall Master Yang, why do I feel that your apprentice is a little impetuous? He doesn't know anything about medicine, but he dares to boast so shamelessly. Are you really going to accept him as your apprentice?" Lan Yu looked at Old Hall Master Yang and asked, "Not yet." Old Hall Master Yang replied, "That's good. Old Hall Master Yang, you're quite cautious." Lan Yu nodded and felt that it was normal. "Little Lan, you misunderstood. I'm not being cautious. It's just that this kid refuses to acknowledge me as his master. I have no choice but to accept him as my apprentice for the time being." Old Hall Master Yang sighed and said, "To be honest, I'm not qualified to be his master." "What?" Lan Yu had always been very calm, but now she was obviously very surprised. Who was Old Hall Master Yang? He was the most outstanding apothecary in the Yuehua sect. If he was not qualified to teach Ling Xiao alchemy and medicine refinement, who else was qualified to do so? "Old Hall Master Yang, your joke is a bit too much. This Ling Xiao's potential isn't as good as several of his peers, and his strength isn't strong either. What qualifications does he have to refuse to be your apprentice? What is he relying on?" Lan Yu couldn't help but raise her voice. "Hee, little Lan, you're really not convinced. I've seen countless geniuses. In terms of cultivation, they might be much stronger than this kid. But in terms of perception, if he says he's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Even I wouldn't dare to say so. Such a good seedling. I don't want to scare him away. It's fine if he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his master. I'm willing to accept it." Old Hall Master Yang laughed. Lan Yu was dumbfounded. Anyway, with her eyesight and experience, she couldn't see what was so special about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Although she was powerful, she was only 16 years old. Compared to Old Hall Master Yang, her experience were far behind. Could it be that this kid really had something special? Thinking of this, Lan Yu was a little more interested in Ling Xiao. Of course, it was just a little bit of interest. Whether this person was worthy of her attention or not depended on his performance in the future. "Little Lan, I brought Ling Xiao here today to let him familiarize himself with the environment. On the other hand, I'll have to trouble you to give him some pointers. You know that I'm too busy. I don't have time to teach him the basics." Old Hall Master Yang said, with a smile. Chapter 267. Ling Xiao doesn't understand pharmacology at all. I think you should start from the most basic pharmacology, fire control technique, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Novel. Lan Yu didn't refuse the request of Old Hall Master Yang, but she also put forward some suggestions. It was because Old Hall Master Yang was kind to her, and she also needed a male disciple to handle some physical work. Of course, more importantly, Lan Yu had a little interest in Ling Xiao. She really wanted to see what kind of skills this genius, who was praised by Old Hall Master Yang like a flower, had. "Well, Ling Xiao, you will learn from Lan Yu for the time being. When the foundation is almost there, I will teach you more advanced alchemy and alchemy techniques." After saying that, Old Hall Master Yang turned around and left. He really didn't worry about Lan Yuer. That's great, Ling Xiao. We can cultivate together again in the future. Dai Yuling said heartlessly. What are you happy about? Have you understood everything I taught you? Lan Yuer looked at Dai Yuling and said. Dai Yuling stuck out her tongue and hurriedly turned around to get busy. You come with me. After that, Lan Yuer took Ling Xiao to the medicine hall's library. There were no martial arts secret books here, but there were a lot of alchemy and alchemy books. Good heavens, along the way, Lan Yuer's chance of attracting attention was 100%. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as Lan Yuer walked past, there would be people turning their heads. Some were appreciative, but most of them were infatuated. But when they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes became sharp, as if Ling Xiao had offended them. Who is that kid? Why is he with senior sister Lan Yuer? I haven't seen him before. He should be a new outer disciple. It turns out that senior sister Lan Yuer likes little fresh meat. Hey, aren't we a little old? Good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao could only sigh. This was simply an unexpected disaster. You guys really like this popsicle? When they arrived at the medicinal hall's library, Lan Yuer picked a few books from the bookshelf. In addition to the one she had introduced before, there was also a book called Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and a book called Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. Don't underestimate this Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. These are the basics of alchemy and medicine refining. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs records the medicinal properties, growth characteristics, and how to identify the various spiritual herbs that have been discovered so far. Lan Yuer handed the book to Ling Xiao and introduced it to him. Chapter 268. In these two books, in addition to most of the common herbs and spirit beasts, there were many mystical items that Ling Xiao had never seen or even heard of before. For example, Master Bai Yun once said that a person's potential was not static. It could be improved through external objects, such as some spiritual herbs, but these spiritual herbs were very difficult to obtain. In this book, there was a spiritual herb called treasure fruit. Its name was ordinary, but this fruit could slowly improve a martial artist's potential all the way to a divine treasure body. In addition, there were also strange spiritual herbs, spiritual items, and spirit beasts. For example, there was a spiritual herb called phoenix grass. After a martial artist consumed it, he could obtain a chance to be reborn from the ashes. Then there was the blood of a certain primordial beast. After consuming or absorbing it, the blood in the body could undergo some special changes and obtain the terrifying power of the primordial beast. This made Ling Xiao think of the golden dragon bloodline in his body. He had always guessed that this thing should be the blood of some primordial divine dragon, but it had never been confirmed. But today, he finally got confirmation from the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. The worries in his heart were gone. Not only that, but there were also some herbs that could help awaken the golden dragon bloodline, which would be of great help to Ling Xiao. In addition to herbs and spirit beasts, there were some spiritual items, such as the preserved blood of primordial martial artists, and items that contained the remnant souls of primordial martial artists. Using these items to refine pills, after consuming them, there was a possibility of obtaining the martial soul of a primordial martial artist or magical powers. For example, martial souls such as Moonlight Pagoda, Blood Dissipating Sword, Golden Buddha, Book of the Chaos, and so on. There were also magical powers such as 3 heads, 6 arms, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Heavenly Dipper, Earthly Fiend Transformation, and so on. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist could become so powerful and have the power to fight against heaven and earth. This was too shocking. These two books had opened up a whole new world for him, making him completely determined to learn from Old Hall Master Yang. Previously, he still had the idea of mingling around, only feeling that the work here was easier and that no one would suppress him. But now his mentality had completely changed. Concocting pills and practicing martial arts had to go hand in hand. There was no distinction between the two. In any case, he was talented enough, had a strong comprehension ability, and also had the shadow cultivation secret technique. Many things could be handled separately. Speaking of the shadow cultivator secret technique, it could no longer keep up with his cultivation. After all, the shadow cultivation secret technique was only a quasi-gold grade auxiliary martial art. At most, it could help him reach the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Once he reached the transcendent realm, he would need a better auxiliary martial art. Senior Sister Lon, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't let me read these two books, I really wouldn't have known that the profound world was so wonderful. There are so many things to look forward to. Ling Xiao was truly grateful, although he knew that Lan Yu was deliberately making things difficult for him. He did gain some benefits from it. Moreover, it wasn't just a little benefit. Therefore, there was no need to hold a grudge. You finished reading the contents. Lan Yu was somewhat surprised. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to memorize the contents of the two books. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to finish reading them. I'm done. Ling Xiao nodded. Lan Yu's eyes flashed with a touch of disgust. She hated dishonest people, but she didn't say anything. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't her disciple. If he liked to lie and brag, then she would let him be. Ling Xiao saw the disgust in Lan Yu's eyes, but he didn't explain. After all, he didn't have any improper thoughts about Lan Yu. Moreover, he wasn't her disciple. He didn't care what Lan Yu thought of him. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't stay in the medicine hall's library. Instead, he went to Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. From noon to the next day, he spent almost all of his time in Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. The first half of his time was in Herb Mountain, and the second half was in Beast Mountain. After all, the knowledge in the books was just pictures. How could it be as wonderful as the real world? He compared the information in his memory with the herbs in the real world. This way, he could understand more clearly. It had to be said that the accuracy of these two books was very high, but there were still some omissions. Of course, this might not be an oversight. It was just that the ability of an alchemist was limited and couldn't find it. However, Ling Xiao's special ability, analysis and practice, which he obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit, could completely find these omissions and find a way to deal with them. He believed that if he were to refine pills, the pills he refined would be more perfect than those at the same level. With an understanding of herbs and spirit beasts, it would be very easy to learn the fire control technique. As for basic pharmacology, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique, they weren't worth mentioning. Of course, he still needed to ask Lan Yu about some things. He didn't care whether Lan Yu gave him a good look or not. If he learned something, it would be his. At first, Lan Yu just casually responded. But later, she took the initiative to look for Ling Xiao to discuss. This was because she was astonished to discover that Ling Xiao's understanding of medicinal herbs and spirit beasts was actually more thorough than hers in certain areas. His understanding was also more comprehensive. This discovery made her proud heart completely relieved. People who knew Lan Yu would know that although this girl was indeed very arrogant, she had always been a little crazy about learning. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. That night, Ling Xiao didn't sleep at all. He wanted to seize the time to consolidate all the things he learned. Learning didn't mean that he would always know. He needed to consolidate it and thoroughly understand it. Otherwise, a smattering of knowledge would kill him. The next morning, he stood up and rubbed his legs. Today was the day of the open competition with Yang Cheng and Li Anil. He worked too hard last night and almost forgot about it. Originally, before the competition, he should have a good rest. But now he was busy the whole night. Because Old Hall Master Yang wasn't here, Ling Xiao went to Lan Yu to ask for leave. This senior sister was impartial. If he left without asking for leave, who knew what kind of rotten fruit he would eat when he came back? You're not allowed to go. Lan Yu decisively refused Ling Xiao's request. Why? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. First of all, you haven't finished what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. Secondly, as your senior sister, I really don't think you can challenge those two people. Lan Yu's answer was also very concise. Ling Xiao smiled and said, First of all, I have done what Old Hall Master Yang asked me to do. Secondly, I don't care about those two people at all. The reason why I challenged them is to get more resources. In addition, it's also to deter others so that they won't always come to trouble me. Chapter 269. Lan Yu was still as cold as ice. She said coldly, I don't know your strength, but you said you did what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. That's pure nonsense. Don't think you can get carried away just because you found something that even I don't know. Your foundation is still far from enough. Hee, senior sister, there's no point in saying that. How about this? You can test me. If I can really complete the mission, you have to let me go. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. Moreover, my prize is 1,000-year golden snow lotus. It would be a pity to just give it away for free. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After getting along with her for less than 2 days, Ling Xiao had basically figured out Lan Yu's temper. She was really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So, it was nothing to joke with her. 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. You're really generous. Lan Yu looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of disappointment. After a moment of silence, he said, All right, since you're so confident, then I'll test you. If you pass my test, not to mention challenging an outer court disciple, even if you challenge an inner court disciple, I won't care. I really don't dare to challenge the inner disciples. Senior Lan, you can't give me a test other than those books. Then I'll just admit defeat. Ling Xiao said, Don't worry. It's all the content in those books. Lan Yu looked at Dai Yuling and said, Dai Yuling can be a witness. I naturally believe in you. You can give me a test. Ling Xiao looked at the sky outside. It was still early. As long as he went there before noon, he wouldn't automatically admit defeat. In fact, even if there was no witness, Lan Yu wouldn't give him a test other than those books. Most pharmacists had to study hard for 3 to 5 years before they could get a basic understanding of those books. It would take at least 10 years or even dozens of years to fully comprehend them. This was just a small achievement. Lan Yu, was naturally intelligent and had a strong perception. Whether it was martial arts or alchemy, she was a real genius. However, it took her several years to get to the small achievement. It took her nearly 10 years to get to her current level. One had to know that she had been learning alchemy since she was 9 years old. This Ling Xiao obviously had good eyesight and good perception, but his mentality was extremely impetuous. This time, he had to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to be so cocky in the future. He would study hard, and maybe he could really become the good alchemist that Old Hall Master Yang was looking forward to. In short, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao had learned those books. It had only been less than 2 days, and it was already good enough that he could finish reading them. Learn? Was he still human? The first question is also the most basic question. What is a medicinal pill? Lan Yu asked. This question was indeed the most basic and simple one. However, laymen might not be able to answer it. Tracing back to the origin and development of alchemy and pills. Pills originated from the immemorial martial artists' alchemy techniques, and it was also the continuation and development of the immemorial alchemy techniques. Alchemy and pills were an inseparable whole. Without the ancient human race martial artists, it would be impossible for there to be today's pill culture. Pills were created by the immemorial martial artists, alchemists. In the immemorial era, pills had two meanings. One was an immortal pill, and the other was an ordinary medicine. The pills refined by the immemorial alchemists were called external pills. It referred to using a furnace to refine gold and stone into medicinal bait to create an immortal golden pill. Alchemy techniques had an early origin on the heavenly dragon continent about 100,000 years ago. At that time, alchemist Li Xiaojun used pill sand into gold as a food container to refine golden pills. 50,000 years ago, alchemist Wei Boyang wrote the Yin-Yang Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which used yin and yang to describe golden pills. It was known as the Eternal Alchemy Canon. 1,000 years ago, the alchemist Emperor Ge had summarized the external elixirs that had been circulating at that time. He had written a book called the Immemorial Alchemy Canon. He had divided the external elixirs into 3 categories: divine elixirs, golden elixirs, and golden elixirs. He had also called the golden elixirs as medicine. The longer it was burned, the more wonderful the changes would be. Ling Xiao talked eloquently from the first appearance of alchemy 100,000 years ago to the modern era. Not only did he clearly answer Lan Yuer's questions, but he also talked about it in more detail. Even Lan Yuer didn't pay much attention to some of the secrets he talked about. Okay, you passed the first question, but this question is relatively simple. The second question is not easy to answer. Although Lan Yuer was surprised, she was very calm on the surface. Wait a minute, senior sister. You have to ask a few questions. You have to make it clear first. Otherwise, it will be meaningless after the challenge time. Ling Xiao said, "Don't worry, there are only 4 questions." Okay, you ask. The second question, explain the relationship between fire control technique and medicinal herbs. This question seems simple, but it was actually very complicated. Many alchemists didn't completely understand it until they died. The reason why there were failures in alchemy was because they didn't grasp it well. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He smiled and said, "Fire control technique is about the control of the fire and the use of the flame. The control of the fire is easy to understand. There are big, small, medium, slow, and so on. The nature of the elixir is different, so the flame requirements are different. In the process of alchemy, the flame needs to be adjusted in time. In addition, the flame is divided into ordinary fire, civil and martial fire, true samadhi fire." Ling Zhao's answer was not only detailed, but also just right. Even if Lan Yuer wanted to find some trouble, she couldn't find any. The third question involves practical application, but it's still the most basic application. Listen carefully. I'll add an ordinary golden snow lotus and various auxiliary medicinal herbs. What's the best alchemy formula? How do you operate it? When it came to this question, it basically involved the profession of alchemists. Dai Yuling was obviously nervous on the side. Conceptual questions, if one had a good memory, they could still remember them. But when it came to professional questions, they needed to understand them. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a good memory. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang had come back. He stood there and listened to the conversation in the room. While stroking his beard, a dignified expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's answers to the first 2 questions. But for this question, He always felt that Lan Yu was a little too hasty. Even if Ling Zhao's comprehension was good, it was impossible for him to answer such a professional question. What's wrong? Aren't you worried? The puppy on his shoulder transmitted a message to Hall Master Yang. I'm a little worried. This boy is indeed a genius, but it hasn't been 2 days. He's just self-taught. No one taught him alchemy skills. How can he know these? Hall Master Yang transmitted a message with a wry smile. In the room, Dai Yuling also reminded Lan Yu, Master, isn't it a little too much? What's too much? He's so smart. How can he not answer? In fact, Lan Yu was a little excited. She found that Ling Zhao's comprehension was much better than hers. For a moment, she felt a little unbalanced. She wanted to see how strong Ling Zhao could be. Of course, my first choice is the Golden Snow Lotus Spirit Dispersing Pill. Ling Zhao answered calmly. In fact, this question was really nothing to him. Chapter 270. The reason why I chose the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill is that the Golden Snow Lotus contains a special ingredient called Snow Lotus Essence. It can dissolve the discomfort caused by the expansion of the true essence. In this answer, Ling Zhao not only explained why he chose to make the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill, but also quoted many classic quotations and practical cases from the books he had read. Novel. In the whole process of answering, he said more than 1,000 words. His profound understanding of the basic books and his thorough understanding of pharmacology and medicinal herbs were simply amazing. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang was surprised and surprised. He even suspected that Ling Zhao had read those books before, but it was impossible. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts were definitely not something that people in the secular world could read. And even if he had read them before, Ling Zhao was only 14 years old. Could it be that he began to learn these things when he was in his mother's womb? Obviously, that was impossible. So there was only one conclusion, that this boy was too abnormal. Lan Yu's face was full of surprise. At this time, she couldn't understand this boy who was younger than her at all. From the beginning of the conversation, she knew that Ling Zhao was really a layman in alchemy. But now, Ling Zhao's performance was like an old pharmacist who had studied alchemy for many years. This was too incredible. Have you really never learned alchemy before? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask. No. Ling Zhao shook his head. His eyes were very clear. He didn't need to lie at all. Dai Yuling, who was next to him, was surprised. She knew that Ling Zhao definitely didn't know about pharmacology when he was in the latent dragon camp. Otherwise, Ling Zhao could cure the injury of cold plum. But now, Ling Zhao felt that his foundation was stronger than hers. He was really a genius in alchemy. After all, even Lan Yu couldn't figure out some of the things that Ling Zhao said, let alone her. All right, last question. Lan Yu took a deep breath and decided to increase the difficulty of the problem. Senior sister, please speak. Now, here are the materials for alchemy. Ordinary gold, snow, lotus energy dispersing pill can be refined with these materials. Go ahead and refine an ordinary gold, snow, lotus energy dispersing pill. Creak. The door was pushed open, and old Hall Master Yang walked in with a smile. Little Lan, don't make things difficult for him. In less than 2 days, it's already good that he can understand the method of alchemy, but this is completely different from actual practice. Even for you, it took you a month to successfully refine an ordinary spirit pill. Lan Yu also knew that her question was too difficult for Ling Zhao. This was a very complicated and comprehensive practical question. Not only do you have to understand pharmacology, medicinal herbs, fire control, basic alchemy, and so on, but you also have to understand the various tools and processes of alchemy. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would be impossible to successfully refine the pill. She asked this question because she wanted to know where Ling Zhao's bottom line was. She really didn't mean to make things difficult for him. However, after being reminded by Old Hall Master Yang, she suddenly woke up. In other people's eyes, she was really deliberately making things difficult for him. To be honest, Lan Yuer didn't want to offend such a genius. She wanted to use Old Hall Master Yang's words as a way to step down. So she said, "You're right. Although the practical process is described in those books, you haven't actually learned it and I haven't taught you. It's beyond the scope. Senior Sister Lan, you don't have to change the question. Anyway, refining an ordinary gold, snow, lotus energy dispersing pill won't take a long time. Let me try." Although Ling Xiao hadn't practiced it in reality, his martial soul avatar had tried it many times in the Mountain River world. He confirmed that he had no problem. "What? Are you sure you want to do this?" Old Hall Master Yang was also stunned. One had to know that alchemy was something that could only be done by true alchemists. Although the refinement of the ordinary golden snow lotus energy dispersing pill was relatively simple, and the formula wasn't complicated. Even so, it still required more than 10 medicinal herbs. The attributes, characteristics, and taboos of various medicinal herbs needed to be clearly understood. Even if there was a slight mistake, it would fail. Not to mention the control of the fire in the middle, which was simply a nightmare for newcomers. A newcomer who had just learned pharmacology for less than 2 days probably didn't even remember the names of various medicinal herbs, let alone the characteristics and taboos. You want him to refine a pill? Wasn't this purely funny? But Ling Xiao actually agreed. Could this kid really do it? Or was he just unwilling to admit defeat? Or was he just arrogant? Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. He still had to rush to teach Li Anil and Yang Cheng a lesson, so he had already started. Old Hall, Master Yang, and Lan Yuer looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. However, what happened next made them feel even more incredulous. Ling Zhao's process of selecting the herbs, mixing the herbs, lighting the fire, controlling the fire, and refining the pill was completely smooth without any pause in the middle. There were even some medicinal herbs that he could tell exactly what they were with just a glance. The gold snow lotus was relatively easy to identify, but the dozen medicinal herbs that went with it were more difficult because they were all inconspicuous. Only an old alchemist could identify them at once. However, Ling Xiao was more terrifying than an old alchemist. He didn't even need to weigh the number of medicinal herbs, as if his hand was the most accurate measuring tool. Looking at this, Old Hall Master Yang was dumbfounded. Lan Yuer's heart trembled. She really couldn't believe that this 14-year-old boy in front of her was actually more outstanding than her. For many years, she had always been known as one of the most outstanding geniuses among the inner disciples. In terms of pharmacology, she was absolutely number one. But now, her number one position was obviously inferior. Originally, she should be angry, but strangely, she actually had a special feeling in her heart. She couldn't tell what it was, but looking at Ling Zhao's serious appearance while refining the pill, his originally ordinary appearance became handsome. After he finished his analysis, he left the dumbfounded old man Guan and alchemist Yun Yao. "Time's up." Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand to open the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yuer heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao was too early. This Ling Xiao wasn't monstrous enough to defy the heavens. For ordinary people, 15 minutes was the standard time to refine the gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. However, Ling Xiao was still far away from 15 minutes, but he actually wanted to open the furnace. Chapter 271. Without looking at the pill in the furnace, Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, Ling Xiao, although there is a problem with your pill refining process, it doesn't matter. You've done very well. At your age, only Lanaire can do this. But she started learning alchemy at the age of 9, and you've just started. Old Senior, is there a problem with my pill refining process? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He didn't understand what was wrong with his pill refining process. Everything was going smoothly. It's too early to open the furnace, but this is normal. After all, it's your first time refining pills. Lan Yu replied. A rare smile appeared on her face. Could it be that this popsicle was going to melt? But Old Senior, I think the quality of my gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill is better than the ones refined by your medicine hall. Ling Xiao took his pill and handed it to Old Hall Master Yang. How is this possible? Ah, this is impossible. Old Hall Master Yang's words were a little incoherent. That was because he had initially thought that Ling Xiao was a little arrogant. However, when he saw the medicinal pill, his expression turned into one of astonishment. At this time, even the puppy on his shoulder, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, opened its eyes and barked twice. Lan Yu's face was also flushed with shock, like a ripe apple. Dai Yuling sat directly on the ground, her whole body drenched. He only used 1/3 of the time to refine such a perfect gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. This old man isn't hallucinating, is he? Old Hall Master Yang pulled his beard fiercely, as if he wanted to save himself from an illusion. Oh, it's not an illusion. Boy, how did you do it? Old Hall Master Yang asked in amazement. No, don't answer. Let this old man think. He walked around the furnace, then carefully observed the furnace fire. Finally, he observed the pill. Then he clapped his hands and said, I understand. You're really a genius. When most people refine pills, a lot of the furnace's energy will be wasted in the process. Moreover, there will always be mistakes in controlling the fire. Therefore, one can only refine slowly. This way, if there are mistakes, one can fix them in time. But you're different. You actually used your true essence to create an insulating layer around the pill furnace. This prevented the furnace's energy from leaking out. Of course, this is only a small trick. This old man and lawn girl have tried it before, but we weren't as good as you. The most surprising thing is that you didn't make the slightest mistake in the process of controlling the fire. In other words, the entire process was flawless. That's why you were able to greatly reduce the time. Lan Yu asked anxiously, Ling Xiao, are you hiding something from us? Just the day before yesterday, you didn't know anything about pharmacology. How could you refine such a perfect gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill today? She suspected that Ling Xiao had never concocted pills before. Ling Xiao smiled unhurriedly and said, Senior sister, I don't have many advantages, but my memory is especially good and my comprehension is passable. I have memorized all the books you gave me the day before yesterday, and I have more or less comprehended them. Moreover, I have already gone through the process of refining pills more than 100 times in my mind, which is why I was able to succeed so easily. Don't tell me that you've memorized all the books. Lan Yu's eyes widened like two bright moons. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly and said, Senior sister, you're right. I've memorized all the books. In fact, not only the gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill, I can even refine other ordinary pills. When he spoke, his tone was as modest as possible. He didn't want others to think that he was too arrogant. But what was the use of being modest about this kind of thing? In the eyes of others, being able to do this kind of thing, modesty would become arrogance. Old Hall Master Yang glanced at the puppy on his shoulder. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on the puppy's forehead. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Ling Xiao. Only now did he know that the puppy was not ordinary. Old man, do you mean that he didn't lie? Old Hall, Master Yang's face showed ecstasy. His puppy was not ordinary. The golden light on its forehead was an ancient magical ability, the eyes of truth. It was useless for anyone to lie in front of it. Now that he learned that Ling Xiao didn't lie, it meant that what Ling Xiao said was true. He really did have a terrible memory and perception. Old Hall Master Yang had lived for more than 100 years. He was close to 200 years old. He had seen too many geniuses. Among them, there were many people who had a retentive memory. Ling Xiao seemed to not only have a good memory, but his perception was also heaven-defying. If one only remembered, it was impossible to successfully refine pills. That required a complete understanding. Obviously, Ling Xiao did it. In fact, Old Hall Master Yang didn't fully understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have a good memory or a high perception. Instead, he could directly integrate what he saw and touched into his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. All the knowledge, memories, skills, and so on of a person existed in the soul, not to mention a few books. Even if it was a complicated martial art move, he could directly take it for himself. It just depended on whether he liked it or not. Monster. After a long time, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yu said these two words at the same time. Yes, an existence more terrifying than a genius. Wasn't that a monster? You two are overpraising me. I just have a good memory. I can probably achieve a retentive memory. In addition, my perception is slightly better. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Pretend. You brat, keep pretending." Having a retentive memory and a terrifying perception is very important for a martial artist. Don't you know how important it is? Old Hall, Master Yang said, with his eyes wide open. Although his eyes were wide open, there was a smug smile on his face. Fortunately, he had poached this brat early. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if others took a fancy to him. Not to mention comprehension ability, just the ability to remember things with a single glance was enough to allow a martial artist to stand above others. If coupled with comprehension, it would be like using cheats. However, Old Hall Master Yang didn't know that these two so-called abilities were just the branches of the mountain river martial soul. Ling Xiao's ability was far beyond their imagination. "Can I test you again?" Lan Yu hesitated and said, "Senior sister, we agreed on 4 questions. You can't go back on your words." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "No, I just want to confirm if you really have a retentive memory," Lan Yu explained. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so he could only sigh and say, "Okay, but it can't be too long. If you want to ask, hurry up." "Haha, I want to participate too," Dai Yuling said hurriedly. "This old man will also join in the fun." Old Hall Master Yang also became playful. Chapter 272. In the next quarter of an hour, Old Hall Master Yang, Lan Yu, and Dai Yuling took turns to bombard Ling Xiao with questions randomly. Sometimes they even asked Ling Xiao to recite some content directly. As a result, not only did Ling Xiao answer the questions fluently, but he also pointed out some omissions in the book, which directly made the 3 of them dumbfounded. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. Lan Yu's arrogance was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's monstrous talent isn't something they can compare with. Even Old Hall Master Yang smiled bitterly. This is really a case of talented people being born in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. This old man's generation is going to be beaten to the beach by your generation. Although he said so, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. The reason why he hasn't had a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't because he couldn't, but because he put a lot of energy into training his disciples. He needs an heir for his medical knowledge. Unfortunately, it hasn't been realized yet. Lan Yu is a real genius, but unfortunately, her identity is noble and her master isn't inferior to him, so she can't be his heir. He didn't expect that God wasn't blind and actually gave him Ling Xiao. This is simply the best gift given to him. He originally fancied Ling Xiao only because of Ling Xiao's comprehension ability in the God-sealing catalog. But now, it seems that he really underestimated this kid. This kid's talent is definitely much more terrifying than he imagined. Senior Sister Lan, you won't stop me from challenging him, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yu and asked, Lan Yu sighed, I really don't know why you have to challenge him now. It won't be too late to challenge him after your strength has increased. How can you win now? Little Lan, don't worry about him. It's good to let this kid suffer a little. Otherwise, his tail will be raised to the sky. Old Hall Master Yang smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister Lan. Then I'll go. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Wait a minute. Lan Yu suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Senior Sister? Are you really going back on your word? Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. He didn't like capricious people. Don't worry, I just want to go with you and take a look. Lan Yu suddenly laughed and said, Let's see how you will be beaten until you look for your teeth on the ground. You're not a little guy yet. Ling Xiao muttered, You are only 2 years older than me. How dare you pretend to be an adult? What did you say? Lan Yu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Nothing, nothing. Ling Xiao really didn't dare offend Lan Yu. After all, the other party was a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master. If she wanted to teach him a lesson, wouldn't it be child's play? Master, I want to watch the show too. Dai Yuling added. You can't do it. Ling Xiao reached this level in less than 2 days. You've been studying for longer than her. Stay here and study the book I gave you. You'll be tested when you come back. Lan Yu was really impartial and didn't care about human feelings. Okay then. Although Dai Yuling really wanted to cheer for Ling Xiao, she was more concerned about working hard. She couldn't surpass Ling Xiao and Lan Yu, but she could at least become a character like Old Hall Master Yang. She really had to work hard. Just like that, Ling Xiao left the medicine hall under Lan Yu's supervision and rushed to the outer court square. He was going to complete his first official challenge since joining the Yuehua school. This was different from the usual private matches. This time, the challenge was allowed by the outer court main hall, and the entire outer court knew about it. If he won, he would be promoted to the top 30 and enjoy the preferential treatment of an inner court disciple. If he lost, he might not be able to raise his head again. Along the way, Ling Xiao was thinking about the challenge and didn't even look at the beautiful woman beside him. Lan Yu was a little disappointed. Her master was the grand elder of the Yuehua school and had a high status. Even the current headmaster of the Yuehua school didn't dare to offend her. Her martial arts talent had always been one of the best in the Yuehua school. Her medical talent was the best, second to none. Her beauty was definitely one of the best in the entire Yuehua school. Because of this, she had always lacked true friends. Those who surrounded her all day long just wanted to curry favor with her. Therefore, although she longed for friends, she pretended to be an iceberg, a woman who didn't want anyone to get close to her. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was gradually melting this iceberg. Lan Yu suddenly realized that there was someone more outstanding than her in this world, and it was a man. She didn't want to accept it, but she was also surprised. Regardless of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, His medical talent was absolutely unparalleled. Such a talented young man didn't have the slightest arrogance and could get along very well with Dai Yuling. It was said that he also had a good relationship with Wu Xiong, a low-level outer sect disciple. She had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao. However, she definitely didn't want to win him over. She really admired and was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lan Yu was thinking. He didn't care. He hated it when others ignored him. If others ignored him, he wouldn't pounce on them and pester them either. If others were warm to him, he would also express his kindness. Wu Xiong was like this, and so was Hall Master Yang. Lan Yu still needed to be observed. However, her current attitude was quite good. At least she wasn't as arrogant as she was the day before. A lot of people had already gathered in the outer sect square. Today was an open challenge. The outer sect headquarters specially allowed the outer sect disciples to ask for leave to watch the challenge. If it was an ordinary challenge, it wouldn't be necessary. However, someone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Moreover, he wanted to challenge 2 inner sect disciples at once. This was really necessary. It was also a learning experience. It wasn't just watching the fun. Originally, many people hoped that Ling Xiao would win. At least, he could break the current situation of the top 30 disciples. However, when Ling Xiao and Lan Yu appeared together, these people's thoughts completely changed. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. This Ling Xiao, how did he manage to hook up with senior sister Lan Yu? This is too awesome. Senior sister Lan Yu is the goddess in my heart. How can I let this guy tarnish her? I hope senior brother Li and senior brother Yang can teach this guy a lesson today and embarrass Ling Xiao. Not to mention the outer sect disciples, even He Suo and the other inner sect disciples who were watching the challenge were dumbfounded, especially He Suo. Although he didn't particularly care about women, he only coveted Lan Yu's beauty and ability. However, he was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 3. He wasn't qualified to pursue Lan Yu. Lan Yu was usually very noble and indifferent. She kept everyone at a distance. Aside from the older generation of warriors, almost no one could see her smiling face. In He Suo's mind, this woman must be given to him to conquer. Chapter 273. Seeing Ling Xiao and Lan Yu's affectionate appearance, He Suo felt like his vision had turned dark. If he, an inner sect disciple, was like this, then the outer sect disciples were even worse. All of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could immediately switch places with Ling Xiao. Senior sister, I'm going over. Ling Xiao turned around and said, Go, be careful. Lan Yu wanted to express her concern, but her words were still cold. Probably because she was used to this kind of disguise, she really couldn't change it in a short time. Ling Xiao walked towards the square's challenge platform. This challenge platform was a specially made treasure. Even a transcendent realm cultivator couldn't easily destroy it. The strongest outer sect disciple was only a half-step grandmaster, not even reaching the transcendent realm. This was definitely very sturdy. Standing on the challenge platform, Ling Xiao looked around. Yang Cheng and Li Anil hadn't arrived yet, but Zhao Ji, Su Ying, Zhao Xi, and the others from the outer sect had all arrived. In fact, everyone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple, because in addition to an increase in salary, they would also have more time to cultivate. They wouldn't have to do heavy physical work, and would only need to be responsible for management. And the higher the ranking, the more power and status they would have. They wouldn't even need to do management work. Every day, they would only need to cultivate, and they would receive more generous rewards than other outer sect disciples. Right, the top 10 outer sect disciples could also have their own secluded caves. Not only was it comfortable to live there, but it was also rich in world energy. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Soon, Yang Cheng and Li Anil also arrived. Even Elder Bai had arrived. Elder Bai would always be present for challenges related to the top 10 outer sect disciples. This could be regarded as a kind of expression of the sect's importance. Ling Xiao, come down first. Yang Cheng will also accept 2 challenges today. Let him fight someone else first. Then you fight Li Anil. Stagger in the middle to make the challenge fair. Elder Bai called Ling Xiao down from the challenge platform. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Cheng. He could roughly understand Yang Cheng's thoughts. Even Ling Xiao dared to fight 1 against 2. Yang Cheng, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect, wouldn't dare to fight 1 against 2. From now on, Lu Chang, who is ranked 15th in the outer sect, challenges Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. This was a battle between quasi-inner disciples. One was ranked 15th. One was ranked 10th. Both of them were half-step masters. It turned out that this Lu Chang had once challenged the 3rd-ranked Jinming, and the result was a crushing defeat. This time, he had learned his lesson, so he chose to challenge Yang Cheng, who was ranked last in the top 10. Under normal circumstances, Yang Cheng was the weakest among the top 10. As long as he defeated him, he would be able to obtain his own cave, and the resources would also be much richer. The top 30 were considered one class. The top 10 was another level altogether. If you want to get into the top 30, you have to get into the top 30. As for those in the top 30, they hope to enter the top 10. Seeing Lu Chang, Yang Cheng just smiled slightly and said, "Can't beat Jinming, so you came to challenge me. Do you really take me to be a pushover?" Wind and rain sword technique. As soon as Yang Cheng finished speaking, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was as fine as the wind and rain, densely covering Lu Chang. It was continuous and extremely terrifying. Lu Chang held the steel saber and used all his strength to block Yang Cheng's attack. The battle between the 2 half-step masters. As their auras collided, the aftermath spread out and shrouded the audience below the stage. Many of the outer sect disciples could feel their auras shaking, as if their true chi was being forcibly drawn out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Such terrifying power, but it doesn't belong to the transcendent realm. This is the power of a half-step master. Although he hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the power of some of his martial skills is no less than that of a first-layer transcendent realm martial artist. Yeah, it's obviously much stronger than a peak 9th-layer martial vein martial artist. Among the audience, whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples who wanted to challenge the top 30, they were all shocked by this shocking scene. They had never seen a battle between half-step masters, but when they saw it, they knew that they were invincible. The Yuehua school had been established for 100,000 years. It wasn't that no one could defeat a half-step master with the cultivation of the peak 9th-layer martial vein, but it was extremely rare. It was impossible for someone below the late-stage 9th-layer martial vein to defeat a half-step master. This had almost become the truth of the Yuehua school. Because of this, when they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge Li Anil and Yang Cheng with the cultivation of the peak 8th-layer martial vein, they despised and ridiculed Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yu didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do this. On the stage, although Lu Chang and Yang Cheng were both half-step masters, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. However, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. This included martial techniques, quintessence combat techniques, and other factors. Combining all of them, Yang Cheng was much stronger. Asterisk puff 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 puff. Asterisk the sword move, which didn't seem fierce, suddenly burst out with amazing power. Poor Lu Chang tried his best to defend, but his protective true chi was like tofu. It was pierced full of holes. It was very miserable. Even on his body, there were many injuries. Small bloody holes were constantly spurting out blood. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The wind and rain sword art that Yang Chung used was only a gold-grade, entry-level martial skill, but it had reached the perfection level. It was almost perfect. In contrast, Lu Chang was much worse. Yang Chung had a reason to be arrogant. After a dozen moves, Lu Chang didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was injured all over and was in a sorry state. Fortunately, he knew his own limits and directly admitted defeat, thus avoiding continuing to make a fool of himself. He's too strong. Is this Yang Cheng's strength? No wonder he can be ranked in the top 10. Yes, Lu Chang is already terrifying enough. It is said that he once defeated Lianal in 3 moves. In the end, he was defeated by Yang Chung in a dozen moves. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. Can Ling Xiao withstand 1 move? I think it's difficult. Discussions rose one after another. The people who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao were optimistic about Ling Xiao after witnessing Yang Cheng's strength. Xiao Ji frowned at this time. He thought that if he fought with Lu Chang, he wouldn't be able to withstand 1 move. However, Lu Chang, who was so powerful, lost so miserably. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt a little lucky that he didn't rashly issue a challenge. Otherwise he, a prince, would be defeated so miserably. He would lose face in the future. Compared to Yang Chung, Ming Tian is nothing, at least in terms of strength. This was Su Ying's judgment. Ming Tian's potential might be stronger than Yang Cheng's, but when Ming Tian left Baiyun province for Yuehua school, he was indeed far inferior to Yang Chung.